Now it's 10 o'clock and it's time to start the seminar. I'm Annika Roos and I'm the head of Jernkontoret, which is the Swedish Association for the Iron and Steel Industry. I'd like to welcome all of you today, for you who have visit us here at Jernkontoret's conference center, but we also have participants participating online today. So I would like to welcome both everyone here, but also you participating through the digital channels. So today we are going to have a seminar that we call Standardization Needs for the Steel Industry's Climate Transition Near Zero Steel. And as all of you know, steel products are used more or less everywhere in many different applications, and it's also very important and necessary for the climate change that we are in right now, and also for a future sustainable society. As probably all of you also know, producing steel means also that we contribute to CO2 emissions. And of course, that is something that we need to change. The steel producers in Sweden today work a lot on this subject, have very high ambitions and plans and have already achieved quite a lot in this area. And we also see that their customers and customers have a big interest in this. And all of this is, of course, very positive. But how do we measure the emissions? And how do we support this climate change in the best way? That is something that we need to discuss all of us together and also gain new knowledge and insights. And that is exactly what this seminar is all about. But before starting the seminar, we have some information to give about the safety, especially for you who are participating here at Jernkontoret. And if something would happen during this seminar, if we would hear the alarm, which you will hear because it's quite noisy, it's for real. There are no tests here today. So then we have to walk out from the house, and we have two different emergency exits. One in that direction, it's exactly where you came from, but we also have another one if you go out that door, and just around the corner there is another door out to the street in this direction. Afterwards, we meet the assembly point in Kungsträdgården outside the scene. If something would happen here, I would like to call the emergency. The number is 112. And we also in Jernkontoret have different kind of safety equipment. We have fire extinguishers and also heart starters in the reception. And we also have first aid kits. So I hope that all of you should feel very safe when you are during the seminar. We also have restrooms, could be good to know, that we have two of them outside of this corridor in that direction, and also close to the reception area. Also something to remember during this seminar, it's the compliance statement that, we are from different companies within the same industry, and therefore it's very important that we don't discuss things like prices, production volumes, and so on. So by looking at this and noticing this, we know that you have understood this and will also not talk about these things during breaks. Okay? We have a program for this day starting now and will end around 4 o'clock in this afternoon. And during the day we will have reports from the project, and also it will be a summary about 2:45 in the afternoon, and after that a panel discussion. We will have breaks, one around 11 o'clock, lunch at 12:30, and also a coffee break in the afternoon. And to moderate this, it's down in the end of this picture, we'll have two moderators. And it's Gert Nilsson, who will soon also give a background of this project that's going to be presented. And we also have Cecilia Mattsson that will guide us through the day. So I thought maybe before starting you could introduce yourself.
Thank you. Thank you, Annika. As Annika said, my name is Cecilia Mattsson, and I'm an environmental advisor here at Jernkontoret. And hopefully you won't see too much of me today, because my job is to try to keep the speakers on time, and I think they're going to do an excellent job doing that themselves. So I'll just hand over to Gert Nilsson, who's the technical director at Jernkontoret, and he'll give you a background to the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia. Well, as Cecilia said, my name is Gert Nilsson. I'm the technical director at Jernkontoret, and I'll just try to give you some context why we are here today, why we are doing this. The project came about originally as a government assignment. The government assigned the Innovation Authority, Vinnova, together with the Swedish Trade Council, to support and forward standardization in two areas, fossil-free steel and charging infrastructure for electric vehicles. This was based on discussions held in the Business Climate Council, which was another government initiative. I myself took part a few times. So there was driving forces from industry to try and see how can we accelerate innovation? How can we put ourselves in the driver's seat by using standardization? The assignments to the authorities was that Vinnova should make a call for proposals for projects like this, whereas the Trade Council should assemble the Director Generals of the relevant authorities as a council to sort of supervise the activities and be aware of what is going on. The call came out early last year. I don't know how many respondents there were, but 3 projects were granted. This is one of them. And all 3 projects reported back to the Council of Director Generals in December. And that council were happy with the results. We can say that the projects so far are deemed successful. It's for you to decide how successful this project has been today. But anyway, from the business side, we are happy that this is happening. We think this is necessary. We see that there are a lot of initiatives out there, and that could both support and diverge or hinder development. So we think the call was well called for, and we think also that this project is an important piece of work. But as I said, I'll let you decide, and during the day, my colleague Cecilia will make sure that everybody stays on time. I will come back at 3 o'clock to discuss the findings and results with members from businesses, from industry, and from customers to the steel industry. And I'll try to conclude the findings before we leave. And until then, Cecilia, please run this according to schedule.
See, you're already doing my job. Thank you, Gert. You're already doing my job. You're ahead of time right now. But if Karin is ready, I'll give you the floor. Karin Östman is an environmental advisor at Jernkontoret too. And she's also been the project leader of this standardization project. And she'll give you an introduction to the project and give the first round report on results.
Thank you. So I manage this by myself, and that's the green bottom, I guess. So, no? Yes? Okay. So this project, as Jet already told you, is about the standardization's need for the steel industry's climate transition. And the overall game for this is to identify issues through the value chain where standardization or harmonization of different initiatives can strengthen the Swedish steel industry's climate transition and the production of steel with a very low carbon footprint. Specific goals for the project is to develop a plan to spread knowledge within standardization or other initiatives to strengthen the market position for near zero steel. And this will be done based on a stakeholder analysis that has been performed, mapping of different initiatives and standards, and also a gap analysis. We have several participants. They are listed here. There is one participant from the raw material side, and that is LKAB, a very important raw material supplier for the steel industry. There are several steel companies, you can see them on the list, and we have two representatives from customer perspectives, and that's Volvo Construction Equipment and IKEA. And also we have used Kobolde and partners as consultants or researchers or very knowledgeable within metallurgy and also in standardization, who has done a lot of the assessment regarding different initiatives. And we will deliver a final report, and also these seminars part of the deliverable. And also we will possibly produce a scientific article. So we are close to the finish of this project. We will run it until end of January. As you can see, it's not many days left. And this seminar will also give us, we hope, input to our finalization of this project. So, and Annika told you a bit of the steel sector and how important it is, and that we have steel all over in the society. But I also think that it can be important to talk about the ways we produce steel. And this diagram on the left-hand side shows where the main carbon dioxide emission comes from the Swedish steel sector. And as you can see, the coal used for reduction of the iron ore is the main part. And that's why it's so much focus on blast furnaces and that production route. And so this coal is used in the blast furnaces and also in tunnel furnaces at Höganäs, for instance. The next biggest part of the CO2 emissions are the fuels. There's a lot of heating treatments after the steel making itself to get the right quality of the steel. And there they are using often fossil fuels for these heating operations. It could also be electric furnaces, of course. And then we have some minor contributors as the electrodes in the electric arc furnaces and such. So that is why we are focusing so much on the transition of the blast furnace production, you could say, using iron ore. On the right-hand upper corner, you can see these different types of products done by steel, and steel is not steel. It's a lot of different qualities, of course. The diagram in the right-hand bottom part of this picture shows the production of steel in the world. And as you can see, it has been a very high increase of the production of steel. And you can say that from 2000 until now, it has roughly doubled, and that is mainly done in China. And the reason for that is, of course, that they're building a lot of things and the development of the society in China and other countries in Southeast Asia and other parts of the world. And we often say that steel products, as a general figure, you can say they last for around 30 to 40 years or something like that. So if and when they reach end of life, you can remelt it and make new steel, and that's a very good value in the steel that you can recycle it many times. But if you compare how much we produced 2000 and think when we can get that steel back as a raw material as in form of scrap, it takes 30 years perhaps, and that will not be enough for the need of steel in the world, which is double as much right now as the amount of scrap that is available. So that's why we cannot only think that we can solve this climate impact from steel production by using scrap. We already use all the scrap that we collect. So to do something with the iron-based steel making process is very important. So that is just a background for you that perhaps is not so into steel processing. So the project, we started in April this year, and we have some different parts in the project. One part is this stakeholder analysis that has been done, and I will come back to that. We also have done an inventory of different initiatives and standards, try to go through these and see what difference there are between them. We have also gone through the value chain and the production processes and see where do we have possibilities to do big changes which can reduce the emissions of carbon dioxide. Then we are working with a kind of a gap analysis to see where can we do these changes and where can we connect that with standards to get it more harmonized and make it possible to evaluate and compare things and as a tool to make more knowledgeable decisions. For instance, when you are buying steel or making changes in the production and so on. We, during this project, have had one internal workshop between ourselves or with ourselves, and that has given a lot of input just to understand what customers ask for, what raw material suppliers need to inform about and what the steel companies need. But we also had an internal seminar, or not internal, but it was a bit broader, but about the alloys and their impact on the carbon climate from steel. And then this seminar is very important, and then we have around 20 project meetings with a lot of discussions, which has been very valuable for our own knowledge evaluation, so to say. We are kind of getting to understand each other now after these months. And then we have also had this collaboration with this Swedish council that Gert talked about for innovative and climate-focused standardization, and they have had also their specific working group that focused on fossil-free steel, and this working group was with people from Swedish authorities. So this is kind of the different parts in the project. And now the stakeholder analysis, which I have led. So we have done interviews or sent out surveys to 36 different stakeholders, and they represent steel companies, customers from different segments, and also raw material suppliers, some investors, and some Swedish authorities. And as you can see, well, it's 9 steel companies in Sweden that has been participating with input, and I think I asked 10, so it was just one company that couldn't have time enough to go into this. They were interested, but they didn't have time. So we could say that all Swedish steel companies has contributed. Then the customers represent automotive and transportation, and engineering and building, construction and furniture. And we have picked the customers with information from the steel companies. They know which customers are very important for them. So that's how we have tried to choose them. A majority of these customers are present in Sweden, but we have also had some talks with the German customers, which are important for our steel companies. So what did they say? If we start with the steel companies, you can see on the left-hand side what they say that their customer asks for. And all the steel companies says that at least some or many customers ask for some kind of carbon footprint of the product. A lot of the customers are also interested if the steel companies have roadmaps that explains how to reach their goals and what actions they are planning to reduce the carbon footprint. And some customers also ask for the proportion of recycled raw material in the steel. How much scrap is it, for instance? And what do the steel companies communicate? Well, all of, not all, but you can say all of them are of course communicating in one way or another about how which carbon footprint they have or which emissions they have on an organizational level, but also some kind of information related to the products. But if you see what kind of initiatives they are reporting according to, many of them are using the greenhouse gas protocol for companies. It's a very common tool. Also, quite many already have science-based targets for the company or are in the process to get those in line with the criteria from science-based targets initiatives. Some companies are also reporting according to CDP, and that's, as I understand it, mainly if their customers requires that, and that's quite common in the automotive. And then roughly 30% of our steel companies have third-party verified environmental product declarations for their products, where you can get specific data for their products from cradle to gate. Some highlights from the answers. Well, I said that at least many customers want to have a carbon footprint of any kind, because perhaps the customer are not knowledgeable enough to know what kind of figure they want, or the steel company don't have a specific environmental product declaration. And then if you don't have that, you try to figure out in the best way you can. You estimate the carbon footprint for your product, but it's not a full life cycle based environmental product declaration. So it differs how deep you can say this information is regarding the carbon footprint of products. But some customers, and that's special for the construction sector, they require specific data. They want to have an environmental product declaration according to a certain standard, because that's what is very commonly used in the construction sector. For company data, it's quite, you can say that everybody talks about that greenhouse gas reporting according to the greenhouse gas protocol is the best way to do it. And also the science-based targets initiative for the roadmap is also a very, how should I say, it's a trustworthy and an international tool that many companies strives to get. And that's respected both from the companies and the steel companies and the customers. Or then you can recognize the same information, you can say, from the customers that they want carbon. The customers, they request from the steel companies carbon footprints of any kind or as EPDs. They also ask for roadmaps on a company level. They can combine perhaps this information about the product, and then they also will kind of see if the company as such is doing the work on getting better. And then some specific customers are asking for the proportion of recycled raw material. Then they also, of course, communicate themselves, and not all of them are producing carbon footprints for their products. The reason for that can be that the product is very complicated with thousands of equipment and things in it. So it's not so easy as to develop a carbon footprint for steel products, actually. But they are working also with science-based targets initiatives and greenhouse gas protocol. And some of them in automotive are also referring to CDP. I told you already earlier that the construction sector, they want EPDs according to the European standard 15804, which is a kind of a core product category standard for building construction materials to evaluate if the building is sustainable or not. Another thing that is specific for the construction sector is there's quite a lot of certification schemes where you can rate the building as sustainable. And those are not the same, but companies in the construction sector have to navigate according to these, decide whether they should apply for certification or not, and such. The automotive and the transport sector, they use a lot of steel. In a vehicle, for instance, it could be up to 70% or something. And during their transformation to reduce the impact from carbon dioxide during the vehicle's life cycle, the focus is now moving from the end of pipe emissions from driving the car to, during the electrification, what carbon footprint do you get from the materials you put into an electrified car. So that's why it's they are asking more now than earlier about specific LCA data for their suppliers. And also, which I've already said, that some of them are also focusing on the recycled content in order to become more circular. Distributors, we have talked to some of those. And they think it's important with LCA data along the value chain. And no, I see some other picture here. No? Okay, sorry for my mistake. Oh, did I click 2? No, that was sorry. Engineering companies, big such, they want also specific LCA data along the value chain. And some of them also request that, or they have internal goal that says that some certain % of their suppliers should have roadmaps similar to science-based targets or something like that, in order for them to fulfill their own climate goals. And then for the steel distributors, they want to have standardized methods for EPDs, as environmental product declarations, for comparability reasons. So their customers buying different types of steel can choose with comparable figures. Raw material suppliers, they get questions about carbon footprint of the material, not so much questions about environmental product declaration, not so much about the roadmap, and they try to give some information about the carbon footprint on the material. But none of them have, that we have talked, that's wrong. For the lime suppliers, some of them have EPDs, but not for the other type of raw materials. And some examples, iron ore company says it's many initiatives and many labels, and it's difficult to compare. And many global business assessment initiatives are very broad and consist of all sectors and with very different environmental impact. So you can try to compare mine with something which must much less environmental impact. But I think that the greenhouse gas protocol is useful, and the carbon footprint methodology in ISO 14067 is also useful. From the allying side, the alloy supplier side, to become CO2 neutral, they also need to do something with the reduction of the metal they have in the process. So they need to reduce the fossil reducing agent to something else, to something fossil free. And they need to cooperate and discuss this with the steel sector, because this can result in a different quality of the alloy that they produce. So they need to discuss together. Scrap companies, they are talking about the value of optimizing the scrap availability due to both quality and logistics. And if you do this in a smart way, that results in reduced climate footprint due to less transporting and higher value in the scrap. And then the sorting of scrap, to do that in an optimized way so you can achieve as high value as possible of the scrapped metallic material as possible. So you keep the alloys together and can use it again in steel qualities that needs these alloys. Lime suppliers, they talk about that there's a lot of initiative and standards and methods, but are still not really comparable. They would like standardization to be very clear whether compensation via offsets is okay or not when you're calculating your carbon footprint for a material or a product. And they also lift the allocation principles. How do you divide the climate impact between, for instance, a primary product and a byproduct? Some investors, they have, of course, focus on the companies, not on the products. The companies is the most important thing. And they also talk about the same tools as the steel companies and the customers, like science-based targets and greenhouse gas protocol. But they also have some other tools that they are using to find companies that are good or not in different type of lists and these kind of things. But one interesting input was from one investor pointing on this coming steel sector guide within science-based targets, which is now under, you can get feedback on that until now in January. And they think that this guide will be very much used by investors, so they think it's very important that this guide for the steel sector that works with science-based targets is robust or will become robust and scientifically grounded, because it will be used such a lot from investors. Authorities, they know a lot of standards and methods, but which from international standardization for life cycle-based environmental product declaration, for instance. But they lift also the differences in what is called product category rules, where you decide how to calculate for this specific product, and that might end up in that it's not possible to compare with another product that is similar. And also some EPD operators, those are those that are giving information of these environmental product declarations. Some of them are using something called mass balance approach. The Swedish Transport Administration has an incentive model that rewards climate savings in infrastructure projects. And they have seeing that for steel it's a bit problematic, because if you are using EPDs to choose the best steel from this point of view, it mainly asks for more scrap-based steel and doesn't make a big difference for the whole steel sector when it comes to what process are used. So they say that perhaps a near zero definition could contribute to get reduced climate impact from this long-lived type of infrastructure project they are building. The Swedish National Board of Housing, Building and Planning, they are pointing to EN 15804 as it's about construction, but they say that in principle they don't know which method is best, but as this is used commonly and it's also what they recommend when you have to make a climate declaration for new buildings, which you have to do in Sweden. And they also refers that there's a big review about the European legislation in the construct product regulation is ongoing. So we'll see what's happened there. The Swedish Energy Agency says it's important that you get a very clear definition if you talk about green steel or fossil-free steel. Because what is it really? Can you say it's fossil-free if you still have you can trace fossil fuels in the value chain? They just want to know, so we know what we are talking about. The Agency for Public Procurement values traceability, and if it's possible to get certification for the proportion of recycled post-consumer raw materials in products. That's end-of-life waste or scrap, you can say. They also lift these third-party verified EPDs, and they say that climate offsets are generally very difficult to verify, so it's difficult to decide whether to use them or not. Probably not then. So, preliminary results from this analysis. We can say that all of the stakeholders in the value chain want to have transparent data and also life cycle based with a climate footprint that they can use for materials or products. We have standards, they exist, and we use them, and we can get environmental declaration or climate footprints, but still the results are not always comparable due to some differences in product category rules and such. When it comes to company reporting, it seems that everybody's kind of content with this corporate reporting according to the Greenhouse Gas Protocol, and there's also a lot of trust to the Science-Based Target initiatives. We can see that it's difficult, that you can get a lot of different CO2 figures. What kind of figure is this? Is this for my final product that I'm purchasing, or is it something else? It is some kind of an intensity figure for some part of the production, or is it a figure for the total company, or what is it? And it's also a lot of initiatives. You will hear about that later. Scrap, the value of scrap, and that you can recycle it for many times. There are different methods and perhaps also different viewpoints on that. The near zero production as a definition. Some companies would like to have that and think it could be valuable to support the transition of steel making, and some are not so keen on that. And I guess perhaps that depends on how this definition finally is written, but it's not they not agree on that. And then the final conclusion is that the competitiveness in the steel sector is very tough. So any tools that could be introduced as a purchasing criteria could be very sensitive, as it could change the competitiveness for the sector. So that was my slides, and I hope we have some minutes for questions, Cecilia.
We have plenty of time for questions, and I was so thrilled in the beginning that we were on time that I forgot to mention that there will be time for questions after each presentation. So this is, and you people participating online, you can also ask questions. Helene will get them through to us here. But as for now, I would like to thank you very much for a very comprehensive presentation of what the different stakeholders, what kind of information is asked for. And I will open the floor for questions from the audience here. So just raise your hand and I'll give you a microphone. You're so clear, Karin.
Do you recognize yourself if you are here and have been in... Elin have a question.
Yeah, the requirement from Boverket
Yeah.
for climate declaration. You didn't present that as a driver, as I saw.
No, we haven't gone into that.
No, okay. But is it a driver in the construction sector?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It should be.
It should be. As I have understood it, they start with the request that you should provide a climate declaration for new buildings, and that is to get constructors more knowledge about what kind of materials you put into a building, what the impact it has. And then the next step will perhaps, they have no levels, and if you compare with the transportation administration, they don't have any incentives either. So it's just a request of reporting, so I guess. And also, if you don't, they also have their own database. So if you don't, if you are a building constructor, you perhaps just go into that database and see, okay, if I use a steel bar, I have this value, and then I guess you compare that with some bar of another material. It's not like steel versus steel in that database.
Thank you. And we also have some people in the room that have been interviewed in the project. So if you want to comment on the results Karin has presented, you're more than welcome also. And
Linnea Peterson, Volvo Cars. And I wonder, in your discussions with the investors, did they mention sort of compliance to the EU taxonomy? Because, of course, there is a text regarding steel in the EU taxonomy.
Yeah, nobody lifted it, which is kind of interesting. But, of course, they know about it.
Perhaps you can turn my microphone on. So I'll stand here. I'm a nosy person, rather terrible. So I would like to ask you a question, you who are here. And also you on distance. When I wrote my first paper on this about actually the value of recycling alloyed scrap, we presented it in 2011 in Germany in the METEC conference. And it showed how much you earn on recycling of scrap with alloys and how much you could actually, and the reduction in CO2 emissions. And people came on to me and said that this is very interesting. I didn't know you could save so much money. But tell me, why are you talking so much about CO2? And this was 2011. And we had tremendous projects in Europe trying to find out new processes for ultra-low carbon steel making, the ULCOS project and so like that. So what is your experience? How, and then I worked with standardization. And then we've had a very long time, we should calculate CO2. But cradle to gate, we stop at the gate. And what happens after that is not really interesting. Well, perhaps a little bit interesting, but nothing after the dismantling of the product. And the next life is not important. We have a cutoff, because that is simple. And we had that until 2018, something like that, 2017, when the European Union actually said that no, you have to take into account for every product, cradle to gate, going to the steel product, leaving the steel plant, but you also have to take into account what happens afterwards and the value in the next life. And that came from actually the European Union. And now everybody, they are talking about it, they don't like it, but they are talking about it in standardization, I'm talking about. So what is your experience when you work, and I'm especially interested in what happens in companies like Volvo, and how long has this been really top on the agenda? Was it 2015, 2010, or 2018? Linnea, is it? Yeah? Could you have a microphone?
For me, it's difficult. I started working at Volvo Cars in 2019. Of course, then it was already top of mind. But there are companies that were very early, like ABB and Volvo Cars, with LCAs in the 90s. And then you realize that that was too early to start talking about CO2. But when exactly it came back, I think maybe Volvo Cars around 2015, sort of the value of CO2 and how you sort of put it into the different products. But for us, when it comes to methodology, I mean, we're one of the ones using the cutoff methodology. And we don't hear the same discussion on that the automotive industry should switch methodology yet. But there are talks about standardization. But we actually see standardization coming in China by Qatar before it's coming here in the EU. And of course, China, there's specific rules and you can't do it any other way.
Do your customers ask for this? You sell a lot to the rental firms and so on. Do they ask for this?
So the fleets, absolutely, since that impacts their GHG reporting. So yes, they ask for it.
Right. Anybody more here? Yeah, over there.
Over there. We'll have one last question before we need a break before Rutger actually goes on his presentation. So I'm planning to give one more question and then, is it for Karin? Yep, good. If you have two more questions for Karin, and then we'll break and you can discuss Rutger's question in the break or during the next session. I'm the timekeeper here. This is what we do. Sofia, please.
Thank you, Karin. Sofia Tschinska at Jernkontoret, working on sustainability reporting mainly. I was curious, you mentioned that it's not only the footprint that is asked for, but also your roadmaps. Could you elaborate a little bit more? What kind of requests are they? And is it just to tick off there is a plan? Or are there more strict requests of the ambition or whatever on those roadmaps? Thank you.
I think that this differs. But if a company don't have, for instance, an environmental product declaration, but you can get an estimate that our CO2 carbon footprint for our steel is probably around this, because this is how we have calculated this from the total emissions from the site and some other information. They perhaps want to have something added to that, and they start asking, do you have plans for progress and making improvements and so? And then, of course, they get different type of answers. Some have just started, and we have goals, and the front runners, they're already connected or to Science-Based Target Initiative. Okay, and if you have come so far, I think that's kind of a tick that this is a serious company. But so they, I guess they have to take the information they get if you are a customer and try to see, okay, does this show that this company is taking this seriously? And they probably will try to get an environmental footprint product declaration later, and you can see they have these plans, and so we are all moving. We are on a journey. So I guess they have to evaluate different kind of informations. And yet, the more knowledgeable the customer is, of course, the more specific questions you get. So that's also a difference. But some customers are perhaps very small and they just want to see, is this kind of good? So they want a simple tool. And others can deep into life cycle data and do their own calculations. Volvo. Linnea?
I can just answer because we're one of those companies that are asking for roadmaps. And for us, it's about who should we partner up with to ensure that we meet our climate neutrality target 2040. So who has, near zero steel in their portfolio in order to take us there. So if they don't have an LCA, do they have an EPD, or do they have a roadmap of what's going to happen to their products in the future?
Good example.
Anna Sabelström, Swedish National Board of Trade. You said that some of the stakeholders that there is a problem with the comparability between the different GHG, greenhouse protocol, and so on. And it's because of the product category rules.
Yeah.
Is that right? And why is that so? I thought the product category rules should make it easier to compare. I didn't understand that.
The product category rule, I look at Elin now, she knows this very well, but when you develop those, you have to have some stakeholders in this group that produce the same type of product. And then you decide. For my life cycle assessment, we include this, and we take generic data for this, and we take specific data for this, and so on. So if then you have a category rule for some steel bar, so and so, and this quality, another group of people develop category rules for another type of steel product, perhaps ends up with some other criteria. And also you do that with one of the EPD operators, which are companies serving with this, they communicate, they put these environmental product declarations in the database and where you can find them. And they also have their own rules. And that has been discussed in the ISO world, so they now have something that they call mutual recognitions between EPD operators, so at least you can find them and see. But then you have to dig into the specific category rule and see whether this one says you should use national grid for electricity, and some others say that you could use what you are buying, for instance. And then the next problem is that steel PCRs perhaps not describe it in the same way as concrete PCRs do when it comes to how you allocate between primary products and byproducts and such. That which makes it difficult to compare the concrete carbon footprint with the steel carbon footprint. So,
I think you could say that there is a difference between different EPD systems. Although the different EPD systems, they have some sort of umbrella, but different EPD systems allow different ways to interpret the rules in the standards. So from the beginning, there are differences, and then different auditors, they audit in different ways, and some are very forgiving and some are not. So there is a problem, and that is something a lot of companies say, that we have a huge problem with bad EPDs. I think that the Transport Authority in Sweden, they say that the quality of EPDs that we get are bad.
Elin Eriksson, IVL. Yes, there is also for construction products, there's eco-platform, which is harmonizing a lot between the programs. So a little bit contradicting what you're saying. It's also a lot of harmonization going on. And there is the EN 15804, which is the umbrella PCR, you can say, for that sector. But of course, for other sectors, it might be a bit of differences, but then there's a lot of mutual agreements and so on where you check and harmonize your PCRs. And there's also collaborations on PCRs between systems. So the latest years, it happened a lot in this field.
Thank you. I'm staying in the back here to see if there's more questions. I'll be ready this time. I see no raised hands in the room, so we are going to go ahead and make the timekeeper happy and go on a break 5 minutes early. Because you're so clear and concise, Karin, thank you very much, and thank you for all your valuable questions. We'll take a break now, and then let Rutger take the full stage. I'm asking you to please be back in the room to get started again for 11:10. And that's for you online too. We'll start again at 11:10, and thank you very much.
Okay.
I started working at Jernkontoret almost a year ago, and I have often heard people say there's so many initiatives and standards ongoing. And sometimes they say somebody should make a mapping or an overview of them. And now I have the pleasure to present somebody who has done that. Rutger Gyllenram, CEO and founder of Kobolde and Partners, and also Wenjing Wei, who's a researcher at Kobolde and Partners. I'll give you the floor, Rutger and Wenjing, and you know your time and you know your roles. Thank you.
We'll do our absolute best to keep the time, but it really depends on you. Please, if I say something funny, stupid, you don't understand, interrupt and ask immediately, and also you can ask questions. So this is what everything is about. The steel life cycle, where you start in the mine and you end up in the scrapyard and then back again. Or the scrapyard, or as we talk about now, reuse, that you deconstruct a product and you put it back, refurbish it and put it back. And in this steel life cycle, there are a number of things you could work with in order to decrease the CO2 emissions. And they are not equally big in impact, but they are equally important. Because if we want to go to near net zero, then we have to work with them all. And the first and most important to start with is to get a low carbon electricity. If you want this slide, I'll send it to you, and you will get this presentation later on. First you start with the electricity to have a low CO2 emission from the electricity production. And very little can be done if you have only coal combustion electricity, so you need to start there. The second thing is to go into your processes in all your supply chain and replace fossil materials, fossil fuels, and fossil reductants. And what we can do today, you can replace it with electricity, you electrify, you can replace it with hydrogen, which very often come from green electricity, or should be, and you can have biomass, biofuels. So those are the ways you could actually replace the fuels and reductants. And that's throughout the process and the steel life cycle. The next step, which we don't think so much about, but it's also important, it's actually to work with the yields. And that you've done in the steel industry for hundreds of years. Try to get out most of your inputs and then save energy, save material. And you have some big options here, some big possibilities here. And then the final thing you can do is to apply carbon capture and sequestration, to take the CO2 and remove the CO2 and put it down into the ground. And if you do that with biogenic CO2, you get a carbon sink. And if you do it with fossil, you can go near net zero. And so we need to have initiatives, standards that actually optimize this and take everything into account so that you actually minimize the CO2 emissions in the steel life cycle. And where will we find such an initiative and such a standard? Well, that would be interesting to know. But we have a number of organizations that work with this. You have the ISO organization, you have, it's global, one country, one vote, Malta, one vote, United States of America, one vote, and built on consensus. You have to agree on things. And it takes a lot of time to agree, but when you agree, it's accepted. SEN is built on a proportional voting power, also should be built on consensus. Not always the case, but that is, you have the experts in both these sent from the national organizations, and the national organization from Sweden is SIS, and there you have committees mirroring the international committees working with this. And if you want to join and follow the standards, be part of this, and you feel that you have the expertise, you should join a mirror committee for that standard. And it's very rewarding when it comes to understanding what's going on, because you know things 3 years ahead of the things coming on stream. So actually, and we need to see more end users in these committees. So when we talk about decarbonizing the steel life cycle, I've just put up a number of standards, and again you will have the PowerPoint. So just Google on the standard names, and then you will get it up. And Elin, I don't know if I've got them all here. Of course I haven't, but you could say that we can have them in 3 categories, what is going on now. You can start with, to the left, you have the product standards, which actually is based on the life cycle assessment, and where you have more and more specialized standards on how to work with a product and trying to estimate the environmental impacts from that product. And you can have the first one, ISO 14044, and the more specialized on building materials, ISO 21930 and EN 15804. They are multi-impact standards. So there you have greenhouse gas, of course, or global warming impact assessment, but you also have ozone emissions and resource depletion and things like that. And then you have even more specialized standards, like this one we try to get on stream, the EN 17663, which we hope we can publish this year. It's a special steel and aluminium standard, telling you how to make an environmental product declaration for steel and aluminium used in constructions. And as you say, of course, they should be aligned, but there are different ways to interpret. And one reason why you can interpret standard in different ways is because we have this consensus principle when making the standards, so sometimes you leave them open. And that is very easy to do when you make the standard. You leave it open, you can't do it, and it will be a problem later on, which we are facing at the moment with 15804. Never mind, you have the life cycle inventory standard from Japan, hosted by Japan, and then you have the single impact standard for greenhouse gases, which I think is important here. And that is the 14067, where you don't look at all these different types of impacts, just focus on greenhouse gases. But this is for a product. This is for this piece of steel and how it is produced. And a number of steel companies present here, they have EPDs for steel. It's probably according to 15804 or something else. but we will see in the future more standards based on 14,067, that is single impact EPDs. Or what do you say, Elin? Do you agree with me? It's easier, it's cheaper. Just put out something on the market. In the middle, you have the reporting standards, the site reporting standards, how you report greenhouse gases. And of course, that is looking at a plant, looking at a company, how much do you emit? And if the plant does only one thing, it's very simple. Okay, you produce steel of this type and you have this emission, then of course you can divide the emission on this, we divide it by the amount of tons, and then you got some sort of impact per ton. But steel companies do not work like that. They make a variety of steel products. So in order to make an EPD for a certain steel product, you actually have to use an EPD and cannot use these organizational. And here you have more specified general standards, more specified for energy-intensive industries like concrete and steel, and then you have the actual steel standards. To the right here, we have some fairly new standards coming on stream, which we can see how the development of initiatives from different organizations that Wenjing will talk about later. And actually, that development has caused a lot of concern. They say, oops, they are doing like this, they are doing like that. We need a standard. So the standardization bodies, they have really tried to do something about that. You have the Climate Action Standard, Greenhouse Gas Management, Carbon Neutrality. And when you see here, it says ISO-DIS, Draft International Standard. Well, it's only a draft so far, but it's still in some way published. And then you have a working draft here. And here we have a new work item proposal. This came in January this year, where we agreed on requirements and guidelines for sectoral transition plans. That means steel industry, if you have a certain way of developing a roadmap for the steel industry or so on, you would deal with that. You will use that standard. And they haven't even started that work yet. But we will have a standard for roadmaps. I think it will be in the future. I'm not sure. So let's look first at the middle here and looking at the plants. And here are, according to 3 standards, what should be included in a plant calculation. And you should have the core processes, of course, and then you could have another layer of processes depending on how you get your raw materials. And then you have another category of processes depending on if you have them in your plant or not. So these are standards. The far left is for the blast furnace plant, upper right for an electric scrap-based plant, and down here to the right we have a standard for direct reduction plus electric arc furnace. Well, there will be a number of different process layouts in the future. I wonder if we should really have one standard for each possible layout, but never mind. This last, working with direct reduction, it will be revised starting Friday, tomorrow or next week I think. So we will start revising that standard because we have a completely new way of looking at this. So that was the site emission. When you look at the product, you actually work in a completely different way. Then you work in a modularized system, and this is from the EN 1584 for building materials, but generally you work with one module for making the steel, and then one module for making a product out of the steel, then you have one module for using the material, and then you have one module for decomposition, deconstruction, and then you have one module what happens, what is the value of what we get from the deconstruction. And this is the way, and basic idea that you don't mix it, you don't end up with one figure. And that is a problem because it's complicated. This delivers not one value, but 4 or 5 values, depending on how you present it. But you can, in the EPD types, the presentations, you can actually present it only cradle to gate, but you still have to tell what happens then, or you can make full EPDs taking everything into account. We talked a little bit here inside about what should you say, how should you calculate this value for the value of a material that you recycle. And there was very, very strong rules for that in the EPD system. And so here you have it, you put in the primary resources, and then you end up with waste and other products, of course, that you get out of it. But then you could either send your material after waste processing to recycling, then you remelt it, and then you could just, after deconstruction, do some refurbishing. And there are strong rules how to calculate this value. It's not what you think, what you want it to be. It's rather strict so that it should be possible to compare. This is not all that easy to understand and to calculate, and we have to have some patience in promoting this so that you don't first have scrap in, which you get for free, and then you have scrap out, and then you get the benefit of having actually selling scrap. It's not how it should work. So looking at the standards, when you use an EPD, a full EPD, you take the entire life cycle of steel and the steel product into account. So that is very near to the ideal I was talking about. We are trying to come up with the ideal standard, the ideal EPD, the ideal PCR that takes everything into account. When you do just an assessment based on what you report at the site, you definitely lose what happens after the product leaves the gates. And that is definitely contradictory to the ideas of the European Commission and definitely against the ideas of actually life cycle assessment and environmental work. And very often you miss the mining and beneficiation in the beginning. And you are just looking at one part. And that is only one part. Looking only at the plant and the emissions gives you a good idea of the plant and how well they work with this. But it doesn't really tell you about the product because different products, different steels, whatever it is, behaves differently during the life cycle. And companies, which I would like to say, companies like Volvo and IKEA should really look at the entire life cycle and do it with LCA. If you have to do full EPDs, I don't know. It could be complicated, but you really should take it into account, the full life cycle, because that is the only really good way of dealing with this. And then, of course, you can buy from plants with good CO2 declarations. So to end up, we have the dark horse, the elephant in the room, or whatever you want to call it, the European Union. What will happen? Well, of course, the European Union has its own way of making an LCA, of making an environmental product declaration. It's called Product Environmental Footprint, PEF, and they have their standard, their PEF-CR for different product categories. and we don't know what will happen here. But what we see is that we will have definitely something will happen with PEF, and I know we have Nick Avery online that is looking at this from Eurofair, and it will be interesting to see what Eurofair will come up with in the future. And you are free to comment, Nick, if you want, and give a comment to that. But you have a number of things. We have this Green Steel for Europe, and we have the Green Public Procurement. You have the Construction Product Regulation, CPR, that will involve rules on how you should actually calculate the environmental footprint for construction products. We don't know yet what that will look like. It will be a revelation. And then you have the Eco Design Directive, which I think all of us are looking forward to see what happens. We don't know what will happen. So that is the situation in standards. So questions, please. Comments? Karin? Yeah, you can step in. So,
yeah, I can step in.
Step into the camera. Yeah.
I just wanted to tell you that these net zero guidelines, they are finished and published. So it's not a draft.
Okay.
It's just a minor information.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So you can find it, and it's an open document, so we don't have to buy it. You can find it on the ISO page on their web.
Very good.
Yeah.
And that was back here. Yeah, there. The net zero guiding principles. Okay.
It's for countries and organizations.
Very good. Thank you. Who in here are working with EPDs and has been taking part in an EPD development? Okay, we have Ovako and Elin, of course. Do you do anything more? And SSAB and Outokumpu. And Helene, yeah? Helene's Rör. Have you developed your own EPD? Please tell us about your EPD work. What do you do in EPDs?
So we have gathered information from the whole supply chain, and we have put that together with our own emissions as well. And yeah, we have had an external partner supporting us in the work, as that was quite new for us following this standard. And then finally we have uploaded it into the Environ deck after a third-party certification. So yeah, that's...
So you have had your EPD certified?
Exactly.
And it's an EPD for the material you sell?
Exactly.
Okay. It's based on averages or...?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. What is your opinion when you gather information from your suppliers? Do they have the information you need?
I would say it's quite hard to get every information. You have to dig a lot, which is quite frustrating. But we have succeeded, I must say, with these, what was demanded for us. But it has been quite hard. And I think we really lack all these harmonizations, I would say.
Okay, very good. And how long time did it take for you to produce this EPD?
Yeah, we thought it should take just a couple of months, but it took almost a year, I would say. It was the first time for us, so of course that was hard, and we had also other projects in parallel. But for sure, next time I hope it will go smoother.
Okay, it normally does. Elin, you have worked for a very long time with EPDs, and what is your experience from this? When you work with companies putting together EPDs, how easy it is to find information, and how do you assess the quality of the information you get?
Just to say, I'm more in the management of the system. IVL owns the Environdec system, so that's my role.
Yeah.
But other people develop them.
Before that, you were actually...
Yeah, I've been working on LCA since quite some time. Yeah. And my colleagues, of course. I think it's really exploding in all continents, I would say. South America, North America, Southeast Asia, and also Egypt and Africa. So because there is a demand, we mentioned the certification systems and so on. That's been very important in the construction sector especially, but also in food. And so, and the value is really that it's third-party verified and it's comparable and transparent and so on. And then we'll see, you mentioned the Commission, what they are doing. I think it will be harmonized so that the experiences from EPD can be used for the product environmental footprint. So we hope for that.
Okay, good.
But it's been quite harmonized with the rules and so on. There are some differences, but it's also a lot of similarities. And that's coming in legislation already, or regulation suggestions at least, that battery directive regulation, and also in solar panels, I think. So it's really on its way.
Very good. Camilla, you are working with EPDs for stainless, or you Outokumpu, they do that, but stainless is such a wide variety of products. How do you deal with that?
Well, we have worked with the EPDs for, it's close to 10 years since we published the first one. And I can say at that time we did quite okay, let's average everything or more or less. I don't think we can do that today, or I know we can't do that today, but we had to start somewhere. And I would say the first 5 years, it was more of a tick the box. Customers asked, do you have EPDs? Fine, they were happy with that. But now the situation is completely changed. Customers, they don't want averages. They are not happy with just ticking the box. They want to use they actually want to use the information for their own purpose. So it's much more challenging, I would say, now to do the EPDs for a company like us who are making a lot of different alloys with different alloying elements and compositions. But we will tackle it somehow.
You will tackle it. What is the situation in SSAB? It will be the last question.
Yeah, I think it's very similar to what Camilla said for Outokumpu, actually. We also work with average values today, at least per production systems. We have one production system in the Nordics with iron ore-based steel and one in US with scrap-based steel. So it's divided between the different production systems at the moment, and also per product group, so to say. So there is one EPD for hot rolled strip, another for hot rolled plate, a third one for cold rolled, etc. So that's more or less the situation. And of course, the customers here today, there is big companies, of course, and it's not just tick the box, but it's a lot of customers that just tick the box today as well, I would say. But the companies that we have in this room, they show the direction where to go, I would say, and we have to go further now with more specific EPDs. That's for sure.
Thank you. So So I yield to I've learned that from the American Congress. I yield to my colleague from Wenjingwei.
Yes. Thank you, Rutger. And as Rutger said, they'll change tables now, and Wenjing will take over the to present to you an assessment or a mapping of the other initiatives, so to say. Rutger has gone through all the standards available on greenhouse gas emissions, and now we'll move over to what we've called other initiatives. So please, Wen-Ying. There will be time for questions after this also. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So Rutger has talked about the standards part and some EU initiatives. So in this part of the presentation, I will give an overview of some ongoing initiatives, how they will affect the improvement of steel decarbonization. This is a picture that shows how the improvement areas across the steel life cycle. It's mentioned in previous presentation. I will use this figure to talk about the initiative and see how different reporting framework can affect these areas. We can start with greenhouse gas protocol. This is a fundamental document. I guess most of us here are familiar with this already. Many other initiatives build their reporting system based on this protocol. They have developed several standards in global level. In the corporate standard, they first introduced the concept of scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions for corporate reporting. And other than corporate level standards, they have also the product standard based on LCA method. It can be either cradle to gate or cradle to grave. Currently, the standard documents are based on are applied for multi-sectors. You don't have so much instruction about the steel sector. It only exists spreadsheet Excel for the calculation tool used in iron and steel sector, but it's very old, developed from 2007. I think for company currently using the greenhouse gas protocol, it can be used for some simple calculation because it only includes some May greenhouse gas emissions. But regarding the bioenergy use and the carbon capture utilization, this part, there is an ongoing work to develop this standard regarding bioenergy and the CCUS. So now it's planned to be published early this year. In the document, it's mentioned about the allocation for the co-products. You can select the allocation method either through the system expansion for the avoided emission or the allocation method through physical or economic value. But for all the co-products, you should use the same method for allocation. World Steel Association, they have performed annual data collection work. It's two data collection system. One is CO2 data collection, and the other one is life cycle inventory data collection. They have different purpose for these two data sets. CO2 data collection is used for create global average CO2 intensity. So it's the company should report it on site level and only CO2 emissions considered. It follows greenhouse gas protocol guidelines. And for the LCI data collection, the methodology is based on the LCA standard and the report all the greenhouse gas emissions. The boundary is cradle to gate, and the purpose is to create LCA life cycle inventory for the steel product. So it's based, it's a product level work. both of these two data sets consider about the allocation for the co-products. It's using the system expansion method. And if we look at this red box, which is a boundary for the CO2 data collection system, the methodology boundary in this methodology not including mining, and it's different from this LCI data set, which covers from cradle to gate. Responsible Steel is a certification system which reported through site level. The company should evaluate, other than climate emissions, some other impacts like biodiversity and water emissions also will be considered. Currently, the standard has been updated to the version 2, published last year in September. It's only applied for the low alloy steel, which is alloy content should be lower than 8%. Ongoing work for the development standard for the high alloy steel part. The definition of near zero steel in responsible steel is 50 to 400 kilogram CO2 equivalent. And it's a scrap ratio dependent emission threshold. The scrap definition here considers all the ferrous scrap and the non-ferrous scraps, with exception of internal scrap, which generated from the steel site. And the evaluated unit is crude steel, which means the boundary ends after casting. You can see in this red box as well. Within this reporting framework, or the burden from the co-products will be taken from the steel site. So allocation credits for the co-products like the slag and dust will not be considered. Green steel label is a classification system or a labeling system for product developed by the German Iron and Steel Organization. It's applied for low alloy steel at the moment, and it's also using a sliding scale to represent the scrap ratio used in the production. And the unit for evaluation is hot rolled steel per ton. And as you can see that here the boundary is excluding the mining part. This labeling system currently are working with a rule book. It will be describing how detailed what will be included and not included, as well as emission factors. So this is also ongoing for this rule book at the moment. You will get this presentation as well afterwards, so it's you don't need to write so many text here. So Steel Zero is an initiative which used for creating the early demand market. The members of Steel Zeros should commit to purchase either green steel or near zero steel. So here is cooperated with Responsible Steel, and it's on a company level initiative. By 2050, the members should purchase 100% net zero steel, and by 2030, the company should purchase 50% low emission steel, which which has three alternatives here. It can be either responsible steel certified, and also the steel site which following the science-based target initiative. The third one is low embodied carbon steel, which defined between 200 and 1,400 kilograms CO2 equivalent per ton. Here, the scrap definition is only considering the end-of-life scrap. The unit is crude steel here. And this initiative is for all steel types. Currently, reporting a framework is ongoing, and it will publish this year as well. I think I missed one slide. Science-based target initiative. Yeah. Here. Achieving net zero heavy industry sectors in G7 members. This is a work performed by International Energy Agency under the presidency of Germany in 2022 for the G7 meeting. The purpose is to try to propose a reporting system and with some recommendations for the G7 members to help them reduce emission in heavy sectors, for example, steel and cement sectors. It's for steel sector, this reporting system is applied for low alloy steel, and it's not mentioned about scope 1, 2, 3, but only talk about direct and indirect emissions. CO2 emissions are considered, and some methane emissions are considered for fossil fuel. In this reporting system, near zero steel is defined as 50 to 400 kilogram as well, the same as responsible steel's definition. And the evaluated unit is per ton crude steel after casting. And here, regarding the allocation for the co-products, it takes the credit for slag, but not for exported electricity. Yeah, Science-Based Target Initiative. As Karin mentioned previously, this is an important initiative for investors at the moment. I guess some of the steel companies has already joined this initiative or are planning to join it. Currently, the guidance for the steel sector is a draft version. It's still under public consultation. It's worked with Mission Possible Partnership. And this initiative purpose is to help the companies setting the emission targets so that it can align with the Paris Agreement goal. So the company joined this should declare within 5 to 10 years how much emission reductions the company should achieve with how much percent scrap used in the production. So this is also a scrap ratio dependent pathway. And here the scrap definition within this framework is defined as all the ferrous scrap without non-ferrous scrap. And there are two reporting systems for low alloy steel and high alloy steel at the moment based on the draft version. Low alloy steel is required to set the target for scope 1 and 2. Regarding the upstream emission for scope 3, only if it's higher than 40%, it will be set to the target for them. Otherwise, no need for setting the target. high alloy steel is mandatory for setting target for all the 3 scopes. And if we look at the boundary here for Science-Based Target Initiative, it's also not including mining and ends after hot rolling. For bioenergy use within this framework, it will be reported separately. And the steel site will take all the burdens for the co-products, so no allocation credit considered. And other than mining, secondary metallurgy process is also excluded from this reporting framework. That means the alloy used for adjustment during secondary metallurgy will be excluded. Regarding the carbon capture, utilization, and storage, it's an ongoing development still. In the draft version, it's not included yet. It will be some modifications later after the final standards published, I guess. Yeah, I think till now we have go through some of them already. And here is a summary table for these initiatives which related with low emission steel production that has a reporting framework. How should we deal with carbon dioxide or greenhouse gas emissions? What should be included and what not included? So here we compare them in different aspects. Some of them are in corporate level and some are product and site level. For the validation for the steel types, you have some of them for all the steel types, but some are for the only low alloy steel at the moment. And then we compare the scope and allocation transport, the product scope. Here, the product scope, if we look at here, as I hope you still remember, the boundary for initiatives can be either ends after hot rolling or casting. So it can be actually different products that we are trying to look at. The sources for wood steel is the CO2 data system is evaluate only CO2 emissions, and then here International Energy Agency is like CO2 and methane, and then the rest is CO2 equivalent. Regarding near zero steel threshold, here we have definitions from Responsible Steel International Energy Agency and Green Steel Label System, as well as Steel Zero, which is a purchasing initiative. We have the same definition for 3 of them, but the Green Steel Label has a little bit different definition here for the near zero steel. And then regarding bioenergy use and the carbon capture, utilization, and storage, which these 2 aspects can affect the decarbonization in the future. You have some initiatives like have already considered these parts, but still some others are under development at the moment. So as you can see, quite many initiatives currently are trying to be developed to help different organizations or companies for the reporting emissions. We hope that it can be easily compared, but actually it's not. We see this table, how they can differ from each other. And in the presentation of the afternoon session, I will give some examples how the values can be different based on the different reporting system. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wenjing. Before I open the floor for questions, I would like to ask you both to keep that summary picture on and be ready to highlight again how important it is to understand that what the aim of the objective of developing a standard or initiative and the scope and methodological choices in it, how that affects the result and when they're not responsible.
It just disappeared.
Oh, can I ask
get
the
it back
people
on?
in the back to please bring it
Wonderful.
back? Thank you. And now I will open the floor for questions from the audience here and or online. Just raise your hand, please, and I'll give you a microphone.
Hi, Åsa Lidén from IKEA. I just want to comment on the great job you have done. This is a fantastic overview, and finally it's become so clear why we are so confused when we get different numbers. We have been working in this project and sort of looked at all but this is the first time I actually see the outcome, and it's a great start, but it's not as easy as we thought when we started the project. I think that is a conclusion.
Thank you for your kind words, Åsa. And just to be a little humble, shouldn't we to be a little humble, Wenjing, saying that there might be things that we have misunderstood. There might be things that is going to happen which we haven't captured yet. So you being here and you on the net, if you have some ideas, you should really correct this, or you should please come with comments. We would value that very much. Thank you. I think that's...
Thank you. There's a question here and online. And I would like to thank Åsa for the question also, because that reminds me that there will be more initiative presented in the final report. This was just a few that the project group decided to focus in on. So you'll find more reports in the report.
Yes, well, it's not a question from those online. It was actually a question from me. Helena Axelsson, Jernkontoret. I just wanted, as Cecilia said, there is a lot more initiatives. Could you just, Wenjing or Rutger, comment on the amount and the different kind of initiatives that you have looked into?
I will mention some of them and the companies behind them in my talk in the afternoon. But you have, of course, initiatives from the steel industry, American steel industry, and you have one from scrap-based steel industry, and some others of that kind. And then, Wenjing, we have different types of initiatives. You could perhaps say something about that.
Yes, the initiatives we have tried to look at, in total more than 40. So, we have different initiatives currently that are still ongoing. So it will be more than 40 actually. They generally can be categorized in different groups. You have some initiatives focusing on the roadmap part, trying to give some general pathways how the steel production can achieve the climate emission goals through different pathways. And some of the initiatives focusing on the collaboration part, try to build either database or forum between the research institute and the steel companies or the buyers, investors, so that they can communicate with each other and exchange information regarding the innovative technologies currently ongoing. And there are also some initiatives. For example, Corinne has already mentioned it aims for the investors how they should evaluate the decarbonization technology when they financial for the steel production in the future. And also we have some for the creating the early demand market in this low emission steel part. So it's the target group is mainly for the customers, steel customers, who wants to buy these steels. The presentation today, we are focusing on the initiatives which including a reporting system. So it has some guidelines how we should report these emissions on what is defined as near zero steel. So that's, or I think you can have the final report and get more information about this work. Yeah.
But I think that in the final report you will have links. We will have links to all the home pages of the different initiatives and organizations working with this. So it will be, we will not repeat what they already write in their home pages, or not all of it anyway. So you have the possibility, and it's rather interesting and it's rather confusing. So I think it was Hilmar and Linnea. Yeah. Hilmar.
Yes. Hello, my name is Erik Claesson. I work for Ovako. Sorry, I came in late. I was hindered before, but so maybe this has been covered already. I know that you have discussed before about there are 4 reports here with differences in the net zero definition of ore and scrap. But from a sort of a Mother Earth perspective, I mean, how could what is the motivation of allowing 8 times as high levels on the ore than the others? I mean, it's quite obvious that there will be an effect of that to qualify for different zero levels, the 2 different zeros. So from that perspective, I'm really interested. Has there been some discussion of because the net effect is dramatic?
Well, I guess it's a roadmap issue, and what is allowed today will not be allowed tomorrow. So I get that is an important thing, that you will have thresholds today just trying to push down the companies that are not very good today. They should be at least be a little better and a little better and a little better. And the basic idea with all these initiatives is that at the end you will all end near zero or scrap. I will give a comment on that in just a minute, but we have Hilmar and Linnea first.
Yes, I would like to thank you very much for this very comprehensive and good overview. One thing I realized when I looked at it, that of course all of the ones represented in this table, they have all their own perspectives. They want to have their own tools to get their message forward. And the second column, it's quite interesting that we have product, we have production methods, we have companies, sites, and they all see things in their own way. And what we are, I feel at least, are getting a bit mixed up is they're using then the same terminology when they're saying what they have found out, like it's a CO2 equivalent. And then we interpret, okay, then it's something that is, you know, I can compare one with the other, but actually I have understood it's not possible. And the question is there any possibility to bring clarity into this so they are more, you know, telling us from which perspective they are now doing their analysis, so we don't compare like a product with a production number, or a site to a company, or even worse, product to a company. That would be worst. So I feel that is one of the sources of confusion. So it's becoming a bit more clear. But what is your feeling about it? Is it possible to bring clarity into this?
I give it to you first, and I will comment then. What do you think, Wen-Ying? Is it possible to bring clarity into all this?
No. And I think that's the purpose why we are here to conducting this project work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Back.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, and then I ask you, who wants clarity? Who in this world wants clarity? a truth seeker, if you go to our children in school and you ask them, do you want the companies to really be true and honest and declare everything? They say yes. And then 15 years later, they end up as managing directors in a company, and they have altered their view slightly because they want to have their company profitable, etc. I think that what we see here is a number of companies, a number of organizations, seeing all this change, panicking, because that is what we have on the market today. Companies and organizations are panicking, and they want to be in control. The reason why 1,000 managing directors in the World Economic Forum go for some sort of initiative, trying to be first, best, most beautiful, is because they want to be in control of the rules that we will have on the market. That's why we have all these initiatives. It's actually competition between stakeholders in actually having power over the narrative. So you have the steel makers making steel, and we have the initiatives making narratives. The story about what is good and bad. And that is why we have all this confusion. So confusion is good. What they have actually a knight in the shining armor. And she's that sitting in the back of this street and in this room. And it's you people at SIS and your colleagues at SEN and ISO. You are actually working in getting this standardization. And when you seek for clarity, that's exactly what they are trying to do in the ISO organization. When they take all these things going on and say, okay, let's make a standard. And in standardization, you try to create the narrative. But all these stakeholders, they will also be present in the room, so it will be a lot of confusion there as well. It can be quite interesting, and you can travel around the world many years in these meetings. But that is, and if you want to do something about it, join SIS in the relevant committees and do something, because it's really necessary that we do something. And I think that bringing clarity is something that you do in standardization. So, and I'm actually on that paying list, so I'm biased. Now, Linnea, please.
Yeah, I wonder if you found any initiative that gives guidelines with regards to mass balance for CO2 reductions. We're now seeing the European steel industry being very creative when it comes to producing low CO2 products.
I don't understand your question. Can you repeat it again?
Well, many companies are using a mass balance scheme of allocating CO2 reductions to specific steel volumes in order to produce low emission products. And I just wonder if any of these initiatives that you have identified actually gives guidance to how that can be done and what can be accepted, what cannot be accepted. I mean, we're drawing sort of the conclusions from the plastic industry, which have mass balance for a very long time, and trying to use that. But it would be nice to see.
Yes, among these reporting frameworks, there are a few. Some has a labeling system or classification system. For example, this responsible steel and IEA, they have defined what's near zero steel should be, and so in the future the market should below this emission threshold, then it will be.
But also when you talk about the mass balance, mass balance I think that you are talking about is that you say that, okay, 2020 we had this emission, and 2022 we have lowered it by 3%, Very good. So we sell 97% at the old carbon footprint and 3% as a fossil-free steel. Yeah, and I think that the IEA allows for that.
Okay, they don't, I mean, at least the responsible steel doesn't cover it in their text.
What do they do?
They don't talk about the mass balance.
No, but the International Energy Agency, they have some sort, provided by G7, they have some sort of formula that you can use. But we see that, and some of the initiatives, Helene, that you talked about other initiatives, we know that companies like ArcelorMittal, they have their own standard for this, which they call something which I've forgotten, but that uses this. And you could say there are good things and bad things, and there's an idea behind it, but it's not a fair competition. Yes, please.
No, and I mean they're more than ArcelorMittal. There's a long list of these creative ideas. No, I just wonder, because it would be nice to see, what type of allocation could be scientifically accepted and what are not accepted. So that's just sort of some type of guideline would be nice.
Yeah. So I think that standardization has some ideas. Karin?
I still have, about mass allocation. There is a standardization, a technical committee called 6 of 5. And as you say, they have a lot of experience from the plastic, and but they're asking for input from the metal sector regarding this. So I'm in this committee since just a month, and I can't say what the metal sector or the Swedish metal sector think about this, because we haven't discussed it yet. But so we are behind the plastic, you can say. So the standardization committee asks for input. So
I think that companies like IKEA and Volvo, you have a tremendous possibility to actually tell what kind of declaration do you want, and then they will have to provide that. Yes, sorry.
Yeah, I'm Ola Hansen from H2 Green Steel. 2 questions. I think you have the World Economic Forum First Movers Coalition. It was not ranked on your shortlist here. I think it could be, just to know why. And I think another question is, have you found any other product level attempt of standardization that has a net zero or near zero definition in addition to the German one there? And I think a comment there also on mass balancing isn't, I think when listening to the Science-Based Target Initiative on this consultation process, it was mentioned, it's a little bit odd with the targeting to have it there, but it was mentioned there as well that at least some rules. Do you know anything on that? And I think more a note here, I think it's interesting to see that in the Science-Based Target Initiative, which is, formed by researchers and the environmental movement, they clearly recognize that there is scrap is not abundant. There is a limited supply. So they really have the same kind of thinking here, that it's really the primary steel route that needs to be decreased a lot. Sort of, in a way, I'm now defending this 8 times higher figure, that even the environment movement thinks that's a good way to do it. They shouldn't be the same for primary and secondary steel, the same figure.
And I think it's important to talk about this, which we call the sliding scale. And it's... Oh, sorry, Katarina Kangert from Ovako. And it also depends on when it's used. It is part of a science-based target, but the aim of science-based target is to set targets for a company, and it's not for a product. And I think it's very, very important to separate these initiatives that's for a company and for a product. And when it comes to these levels that we see here for both responsible steel and the IEA, they are very, very low for a scrap-based company. They are so low, they're basically impossible to reach. And we are very, very worried that this will actually be very, very negative for scrap-based companies when it comes to marketing our steel. And in the end, actually we'll move to selling more ore-based because it's easier to reach those levels. So it's very important to really look at the levels as well. And also not compare science-based target with green steel labeling or responsible steel because they are totally different aims for it. When it comes to science-based target, it's to allocate how much should the different companies reduce to be able to reach the Paris Agreement, which is something totally different than putting a green label on a product. So we are very worried about the sliding scales and the levels, especially on the sliding scales.
Could we have the previous? No, the previous. Just next. Yeah, okay, we can stay there. We can take this. So we have a pointer here. No. So here you have a sliding scale, and here you have 0% scrap, and here you have 100% scrap, and then you define this as the scrap as post-consumer scrap. Okay. So most companies with a iron ore reduction would be somewhere up here. So, and you have a number of thresholds here. You have 400, very low. Then you have 1200 here. It's quite good to be in this segment. And then up to 2000 and then up to 2800. Okay, fair enough. If I'm here as a blast furnace company, I can actually come down somewhere around here by just making my blast furnace more efficient without any CCS, but then it's a stop. I can't do anything more unless I do CCS, which is much more complicated. But anyway, you could actually go down here. And if we take, for example, a company like H2 Green Steel or SSAB going to work with hydrogen, you come down here somewhere. It's difficult before we have the biocarbon for the steel making in order to get really low. I don't know where you are aiming at the moment and what your possibilities are. But if you look at a DR plant in the Middle East, using natural gas, or even a plant in Germany with natural gas, they are there. They don't have to do a single thing for the next 20 years and be very, very competitive. So we were talking about how this affects the price of shares. Go and buy some shares in Emirates Steel if this is going to pass through, because they are going to be in pole position. And companies like H2 Green Steel and SSAB, they should be really worried about this. But I may be wrong. But that's just an idea I got in my mind, that actually the percentage of scrap is just one parameter, and only looking at that might send the wrong signals to the market. You really need, if you are a DR plant in the Middle East, you should discuss carbon capture and sequestration. But they are already good. They don't have to bother. And I talk to these people in Toisali, in Algeria, and in United Arab Emirates, Emirates Steel, and we say that, okay, do something with it. You have every possibility in doing the CCS. Yeah, we could do that. Yeah. We use the CO2, we use it in Emirates Steel because we can increase the pressure in the oil wells, so we get a better oil production. Okay, good. But this is really interesting, and I think that these methods need more scrutiny by you. And I say it again, the key to this are those who buy steel. Because you can say, we are not interested in that. No, we should look at you. As company with your possibilities should have this carbon footprint. A company like Ovako in the middle of Sweden buying scrap with good electricity, you should have this. A company like SSAB or H2 Green Steel using electricity, making fossil-free iron, you should have something like that. This is too simple. This is actually simplifying things so that we go in the wrong direction. That's my private opinion. Yeah, Jonas. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment about the mass balance. The mass balance is not yet allowed in EPDs, and that's because there's a risk for greenwash and there's no standard. So it's a good question. It's needed a standard, and it's consensus in Eco-platform as well.
Jonas Larsson, SSAB. About the sliding scale, I'm not that worried, as you say, Rutger. But I think we mix up a lot of things here, and also connected to the previous comments from Ovako and so on. Because the sliding scale, as I see it, in most cases when we see it, it's about comparing production processes. And to make groups, what production processes is better than others. And this is maybe not a way to decide who is the winner. It's more about excluding the worst production that we have. It's very important to understand that. Because at the end of the day, and as a criteria to purchase the steel or other materials, then we will look at the product. Then we will use the EPDs or the product environmental footprint or something else. So at the end of the day, we will look at the carbon footprint on product level. This scale is something else. This is something to make it competitive to do the transformation. And then we have or need to have a push or a pressure on all different companies and all different production routes. And that's why we have the slope in the scale. When we reach the target for Swedish company, hopefully we will be there quite soon, but we are talking about some decades on the global perspective. But still, when we are through the transformation, then we will not need the scale. It's a temporary solution. It's something that we need now to make change, to drive the transformation. So I think that all the comments I hear, I can agree on almost everything, but I think we mix up different things here.
And I can agree with SSAB. We're a member of Responsible Steel, and we like the fact that the top line there excludes 50% of the steel production sites. So it helps us to understand which ones are the first movers and who is pushing for a change.
Thank you. I hate to break this beautiful discussion up, but the timekeeper in me forces me to do that, right? So I'm going to look very not careful to see there's no more questions in this room. Oh, dear. Well, we'll allow that. But after that, we're breaking. And it'll be a short answer.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, just to sort out. I mean, there's a big difference between, different products coming out from SSAB and Ovako, but there are different markets also. So what's happening now, if you look at, we're representing the engineering steel market, where there's big competition from ore-based, yeah, and what's happening now is the conversion to, if you just take the electrification of cars, and that an electrified car needs about 50% less of engineering steel. And that's happening now as compared to a fossil fuel car. So that's happening now. And if you introduce such a rule now, then with the very low left or right hand side on that one, then you push out all the companies that are on our level and allow others to take that. So that's what is happening actually now. So that they're completely different playgrounds on this one.
Okay. Very short, right? Okay.
I can say that we also have targets for specific recycled content for steel. And I can say that companies like you are super happy. And I would say that SSAB are less happy with these requirements. So it depends on what you look for. And you need to make sure that it's more than just CO2. We need to look at a bigger scope.
Okay, thank you very much. We're 1 minute past time. Yeah. Rutger and Wen-Ying will be back in the afternoon to analyze the gaps and give you illustrative examples. So I think there will be a chance to pick up if there was any questions we missed in the morning session here. And thereby I will call lunch and we'll have a break. And please be back here for in an hour, 1:30. Lunch is in the other room where you found coffee in the morning. So thank you very much, and I hope you people at home will find, or online will find their own food sources. Thank you.
So in this part presentation, I will give some calculation examples that we have created to explain how it can be different when you are using a different reporting framework. So when we are saying, okay, per ton steel has this value emissions, it can be different actually, depending on the methodology you are using. And this is, you should know that this is an ongoing work, so it may have some errors, and also initiative like Science-Based Target Initiative is a draft document, so it may have some modifications as well. But still, we can use it for some, to see the difference when you're reporting these values. We look at 3 cases here. So the first case is low alloy steel considered. Has about 0.5% mangan, very low alloy steel, and using the electric arc furnace process together with secondary metallurgy with some ladle metallurgy for alloy adjustment. And the raw material used here is 100% scrap. The second case is also the same steel grade we are producing with the same process from electric arc furnace and using 20% scrap. Then the rest is from the primary material, direct reduction iron. The third case is high alloy steel production. We look at 304 grade. It's a common stainless steel used in the household alliance, which has about 18% chromium and 8% nickel. The process used here is electrical furnace plus AOD with alloy adjustment. The material considered is 8% recycling of the stainless steel scrap. We will look at the blast furnace process later. This is ongoing. So here we just look at this electrical furnace process for these three cases. This table is inventory that we use for the calculation of the emissions. It's based on Y-based material optimization tool. According to the specification of the product, it can generate how much materials you, for example, alloys and slags, you should be charging to produce the required steel. We look at the steel after hot rolling, so that we try to compare them into the same range, even though they may differ from each other. I will show it later. And the emission factors here, we try to use the CO2 emission factor from World Steel. They have a data set from 2021. So that means the emission values here excluding other greenhouse gas emissions. The plant is Europe-based and using the EU mixed electricity source. And in the second case, using about 80% DRI, direct reduction iron, it's assumed it's hydrogen-based reduction and with electricity electrolysis method to produce hydrogen. We assume all the scrap used here is end of life, and also 100 kilogram transport considered for the upstream transport for the raw materials. And also you have some other assumptions here. So the first case here is a low alloy steel production, then considering 100% scrap use, electrical furnace and a ladle furnace. We can see here the total emission value for if you are using different reporting framework. Here we compare World Steel, Responsible Steel, and Science-Based Target Initiative. And the total emission value shows World Steel has the highest, which is 370, and Science-Based Target Initiative shows 235. Here, it should be noted is that for World Steel and Science-Based Target Initiative, it's 1 ton crude steel, which means it's a 1 ton hot rolled steel, which means the boundary ends after hot rolling. However, for Responsible Steel, the boundary ends after casting, so it's a 1 ton crude steel actually. I write per ton steel here because actually they compare the different products. But when we say per ton steel, we usually don't go that deeper to know how actually the values behind that. But here you can say when you say 1 ton steel, actually it can be differs quite a lot. And if we try to analyze where the difference comes from, for Responsible Steel, as you know that already, it's crude steel, so you don't have emissions from hot rolling due to electricity and natural gas. That's why you have a low emission from scope 1 and scope 2 here compared to with other two. And then for world steel, you don't have the mining part and the upstream material transport. That will contribute to a low scope 3 emissions here compared with responsible steel. Science-based target initiative is developed not for intensity comparison. It's mainly used for setting emission reduction targets for a company. We have brought this initiative here to calculate, and because we think this initiative can also affect some others. For example, the purchasing initiative, Steel Zero from Climate Group. I have mentioned this initiative in the morning session. The members or customers for the steels should purchase 50% low emission steel by 2030. The criteria is either responsible steel certified and or the steel site following science-based target or low embodied carbon steel. So you can select it one of the criteria. But here we can see the values can actually be different. Regarding science-based target initiative, the guidelines says if your upstream emissions is lower than 40%, so no target is required for scope 3, and so that's why here for science-based target initiative it's missing this scope 3 here. And this is for low alloy steel. So if you look at the second case, it's also producing the low alloy steel, but differently we are trying to use some ore-based materials, 80% instead of 100% scrap. And now we can see some difference in scope 3 here. If we look at the total emission values here, it's not so big difference. For responsible steel, it's the same because of you are comparing without hot rolling. So it's also you have a low emission for scope 1 and 2. And world steel, because of excluding mining and transport, you have low emission in scope 3 here, compared with responsible steel and the science-based target initiative. Then we have a science-based target initiative here. In the production with 100% scrap, you didn't exceed 40%, so don't need to report scope 3. But here, because of the increased use of ore-based materials, here scope 3 should be reported here. And then it's showing here. Then what need to be mentioned here, in responsible steel, because of its including the mining part, for science-based target initiative and world steel, you don't have mining. So this brings quite a big difference, about 100 kilogram CO2 per ton steel difference in scope 3. That's because when you are using the low quality direct reduction iron, you're gonna bring more slag formers like dolomite and lime into the electric arc furnace melting. So try to keep quality of the slag in the production. And those part of materials will bring high mining upstream emission values. And the third case, we look at the high alloy steel, which will be used in the stainless steel companies, probably. And 304, here we look at using 80% stainless steel scrap. And this is average recycling rate in the Europe level. Because responsible steel currently only apply for low alloy steel, so it's not showing here. And for responsible steel, it's low scope 1 and 2. Here we can see extreme high scope 3 emissions from stainless steel part. That's because of the contribution from the primary alloys use in the process. For Science-Based Target Initiative, so we can see the scope 3 accounts for about 82% of the total emissions here. Because of Science-Based Target Initiative has excluded the secondary metallurgy part, so it has some lower emissions compared with world steel. However, there is some alloys used in the electric arc furnace as well, so it still has some high scope 3 emissions. And that's the examples I want to present.
Thank you. You might think that it's funny that we compare casting with the rolled steel. But the reason why we do this is that what do you want when you are buying things? You want a number. You don't. I want a number for this steel, and you don't really know what is the difference between rolled product and a cast product or an ingot, and because we should not overestimate. We shouldn't have too much hopes for people that are buying and people that are looking into this. I'm not saying that they are idiots. They have so much to think about. They have so much to do. And they say, what kind of value do you have for this steel? Well, it's 173 for rolled products. 173? Okay, what have you? Well, it's 150. Okay, 150. You don't really bother if it's for rolled product. You got a figure, and everybody wants a figure. In Swedish you say, jag vill ha en siffra. And you don't really have the energy, time, knowledge to dig into what this value actually is. And that's why we think that this is highly relevant. But the first thing that when you have different products, but even the two same products were encompassing the one in the middle, which actually was not, that was a cast product. So you had one rolled product higher and one rolled product lower due to the certain rules on cutoff. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not easy to get an overview of this, but I think you've done a great job in illustrating what could happen. And with that, I'll open the floor for questions. So if you have any questions, just please raise your hands. Or you need time to digest this.
We're a little ahead of schedule. Can I use some more time then if we are ahead?
Yep.
I start mine and then I'll stop on time.
We'll start the next presentation now. Rutger's analysis of what further standardization is needed, and then we'll have more time for questions when you digested the examples also at the
Very
end.
good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wen-Ying, for giving me some extra time. And I think you reached the goal. So next, please. Oh, I'm quicking. Very good. Excellent. Gaps. Where are further standardization and harmonization needed? It's a very good question. Perhaps we need a new initiative. We have the Jernkontoret initiative, where we have a completely new framework, roadmap, whatever. Do you remember this guy? This is actually an international standard regarding real estate management. And I guess we have all played it sometime. And I asked Wen Ying, do you know this? Well, this is international. They have it in China, they have it in Australia, they have it in America, they have it everywhere. And it's a fantastic game. You move around and you buy streets and build hotels, and then you have to, once in a while, take a card. And you get a card saying, oh, you have to go to jail. Don't pass go to collect your money, go directly to jail. Or you get another card saying that you get out of jail and you can keep the card. And I guess there are some real estate people that would like to have a card like that at the moment. But anyway, there were both good and bad cards that you could use. And I remember sometimes I could win a beauty contest and get some money. And another time I got to pay some money to renovate all my houses and hotels, and I almost went bankrupt. I can't get rid of the feeling that what we are working with now is a little bit of a game. It's actually this green steel, all these initiatives, and it's not the reality, it's almost the reality. You should be a winner. So, everybody here, welcome to the grand quest for green steel, the new game, the new international game. And what this game is about is that you could start here. You could be an integrated blast furnace plant, like SSAB, Oxelösund, Luleå, or Rye. Or you could be a mini mill, like Ovako, Hofors, or Höganäs, Halmstad, or Uddeholm in Hagfors, and of course Avesta, a mini mill. That's a good starting point. And you can also be a startup. Woo! H2 Green Steel. So you have your point here. And out there we have LKAB. You could be mine getting into this game. Or you could actually be an integrated direct reduction plant, like we have in some parts of the world. So we have all different starting points when we start this game. And we are all striving. The winner will get to the center, the green steel. You can pop in there, there, or there. Ooh, good. But you have to pass some technology stations on the way. Here we have green electricity. You have to fix that. You could use perhaps natural gas and CCS, if you want that, or you could use biomass or CCS, or you could use green hydrogen. Anybody heard about that? Yes. Or you could actually stick to coal and sequestrate. And what you really need to do, everybody, you have to work for a higher yield. So there are technology things that you have to do. The thing with this game is, like, we don't have any go to prison
cards in this game. And definitely no, you get out of prison. And we don't have any beauty contests, but we have actually a technology card actually telling you about new technologies or old technologies that are no longer allowed or whatever we could fix there. They are both good and bad cards. And of course, you have these customers. World would be much easier without customers, or they always want to hear something about some good news of how good you are or bad you are, and they put demands on you, and they have coalitions and so on. And of course you need money to actually do your reconstruction, your redefinition of your business. And there are some good cards there. Oh no, we don't accept CCS anymore. We don't invest in anything using CCS. Or we couldn't use any fossil fuel whatsoever, or whatever they can come up with. These banks and money initiatives. And then, what we are talking about here. We have the framework here. The rules defining what is green steel. And what you have to do now, as playing this, you have to create a roadmap. And you will also get points for how good your roadmap is. And you have to show that you can actually maneuver around this. And on every of these dots, you will have to pick up a card. Okay. What we should really know here is that we will get surprises and we have competitors. So, and we have rules. And who are actually writing the rules for this? When you play Monopoly, you get this 2-pager with all the rules. And the rules are the same today as they were when I was young. That was not yesterday. But who are making the rules? Well, they are here. And here you have them all. And you have the Climate Bonds Initiative. They are actually looking at what kind of investment should we finance. First Movers Coalition we talked about earlier. I think it's Ola who mentioned it, and it's an initiative from World Economic Forum. Responsible Steel, American Iron and Steel Institute, they have one standard. And then we have the Global Steel Climate Council, which has another standard, also basically based in America. And then you have the Steel Zero, the World Steel Association. You have Industrial Deep Decarbonization, which actually is coupled to UNIDO. And of course you have ISO and SEN. World Resource Institute was actually one of the founders of Greenhouse Gas Protocol. You have so many writers of the playbook for this game. And as it say there on the bottom, changing every month. You have this booklet with the rules and it changes every month. Or you could say you have to watch the rules on the internet, because what happens around here, there will be new cards in the boxes there constantly. The big player here is, of course, the European Union, which will control us. It may influence the rest of the world, but we will be controlled by European Union, and then we will have other players in the world that play by another book. Interesting. And who are these mainers? Who are these players, I mean? Well, we have them here. In Sweden, we have LKAB going for hybrid. But Mauritania, they are also planning to actually use their wind power in the coastal wind power to reduce their iron ore and sell DRI. It's a plan so far, but they are discussing it.
We have Rio Tinto with their plans and their processes for Australia. In the Middle East, North Africa region, we have giant players producing DRI, but they have a giant demand from the home market at the moment, so we don't have to bother so much about them. But as I told you before, working with natural gas, they manage quite well with some of the initiatives without doing a thing. And if they start with CCS, they could be quite difficult competitors for DRI anyway. And then we have the integrated blast furnace plant, SSAB, JFE, a Japanese, no, that is Indian, an Indian steel plant. They are looking, what should we do? What should we do? They don't really know what to do. There are roadmaps for India, there are roadmaps for China, but implementing the roadmaps is perhaps the difficult thing. Baowu in China, very active in the area. BlueScope in Australia. They are important actors here that want to come into the middle and sell some green steel. Here as startups you have H2 Green Steel, of course, and then a friend. I apologize, perhaps you don't think that they should belong here, but still they announced that they are going to put up something in Finland. Let's see what will happen with that. But we have these ideas about using new technology, putting up greenfield plants. And then we have the mini mills. Ovako, Uddeholm, Höganäs, and then we have an Indian, Jindal. The reason why I had JFE here, JFE is not Indian, it's Japanese actually. And JFE is a Japanese blast furnace plant, and they are turning blast furnaces to electric arc furnace, and they are discussing with Emirates Steel to produce DRI in Abu Dhabi and ship to Japan. So we are actually seeing a pattern where they break up the supply chain. So this is what is going on. Okay. How can Swedish companies win? That is the big issue here. And now from this picture you see I'm not a narcissist. These play things, they are fetched from an article that will appear in Green Steel World, February issue. So you will get this presentation once that is published, and then you can read what we write in Green Steel. It's not exactly about what we are talking about here. But you have China, you have India, you have Australia, and you have the Middle East, North Africa playing. Do they want to have the rules according to their starting point? Well, of course they do. They are actually playing on many levels. Of course they are walking around, gathering information. They have one thing, but of course they are trying to affect the playbook and I'm sure China does that. India does that. Australia does that. Middle East, North Africa, I don't really know if they've started yet. They are actually have a very good position as it is. So perhaps they don't bother. But in the end, what we have to do, we have of course the European Union, but we have to see this is not only about Europe, this is not only about Sweden, because our industries, both Volvo and IKEA, but the steel makers, we work all on a global market. So we have to have an interest both in what happens in Sweden and Europe, probably controlled by the European Union, but we should also be interested in understanding what is going on in the rest of the world, because that's our our other markets. The United States is a very big market for many. So let's make a SWOT. What is our position at the moment? Strengths, weaknesses that are normally internal, it's about us. And possibilities and threats, that's about what is outside our own control. So what would you say? What do you think our strengths are here? Ooh, yes, Elin, yes? Now Elin said transparency. Again? Collaboration. We have that in Sweden, you think? Yes, we are here, aren't we? Yeah, strengths, definitely. Innovation. Yep. Wow. Competence. History. Yeah.
Clean electricity. I don't know if it's strength or opportunities.
I think it's definitely a strength because it's something we have. So green electricity. Clean. Yep. We have the value chain. Whole value chain. So my flip chart autocorrection doesn't work today. Okay, let's see. What did I write? Good iron ore and scrap supply, low emission electricity, industry with managed forests. That is something interesting because we all need to have biocarbon if we are going to get rid of the anthracite. And then we need the managed forests. Science-based target initiatives already implemented, part of the competence, I guess. And EPD in some steel companies, we are working with this. This is what I can. So I'll bring this with me. And so we have some strengths there. Now, please think about, do we have any weaknesses really? Oh no, we are Swedish. Would never admit it. So, what are our weaknesses? Don't tell anybody else. We keep it in this room and in the cyberspace with our guests from other parts of the world. So please, what are our weaknesses in this field?
Size. World big, Sweden
small. Size? Remote, yeah. Very good. We are remote.
Labor in the north of Sweden.
Labor?
Labor in the north of Sweden.
Yeah. That's actually something, that's something which has a little bit to do with the size. What's that?
Digital.
Yeah. Repeat for the digital participants. Labor in the north of Sweden. We have to actually send a lot of people from Stockholm to northern Sweden. Yeah, there is a train tomorrow. We'll arrange that, no problem. Slow permit process. Yeah. Anybody from the government here? I think they've heard it. complicated? Yeah. Very good. Slow and complicated permit processes. Now, we don't have as many weaknesses as we have strengths. That's right. Okay, very good. So now I'll just show you what I thought about. Alloy supply chain lagging in decarbonization. If you meet me or if you wake me in the middle of the night, I will talk about this because it's ever ongoing in my mind. We have to do something about alloys. When Jonas has arranged that all his crude steel will be made with, or his ore will be reduced with hydrogen, you have the alloys left you have to take care of. And it's the same for you, Lars. Alloys is important. And we actually have to help discuss and support the alloy producers in decreasing their carbon footprint. Scrap alloy recovery lagging. Same. We still have a system where in the magnetic scrap almost all alloys are lost as impurities or tramp elements if the material is shredded. It's not actually okay. EPD not widely used among the steel users outside construction sector. That means that many of the steel users, they want a figure for the carbon footprint, so they buy green, but they don't really make an EPD for their own material. And that is something. I've said so much good about you steel users here today, so you will have to take this. It's something that is so important that you ask for a full EPD for the material and that you make an EPD for your product and look at the entire steel life cycle and not just take the easy way of looking at the figure that you got there. It's extremely important. So these are the ones that we will add this. Okay, what are our opportunities? Please, do we have any opportunities? What do you say? No opportunities. Yeah.
I would say that we're fast on the decarbonization route compared to other countries.
We are fast. Yeah, but that is a strength. No, you don't have to be sorry. We just add it as a strength here. Yeah. Fast. But is it something that we have to really think about? Now we have this situation. Now we should do this. Given that we have these good properties, we have these strengths, and we have these weaknesses, what is it that we can do today that we should? Yes?
We have a possibility to contribute in standardization. As in ISO, one country has one vote.
That's a gold star there. Contribute to standards. So, opportunities. You heard that? Yeah? Very good. So, yes. Oops. What happened? No, nothing happened. No, I just had another thing popping up on my screen. So, very good. Contribute to standards. That's an opportunity that we can do. Yeah?
The possibility to implement new innovation.
Implement. I put this away. So there are a lot of new ideas that we can actually start using because so much popping up. Again? Yeah. Become role model. That's when you get the card that you won the beauty contest. Okay. So will we make any money from becoming a role model? It's good for the climate, yes. But now we are selling steel, or we are selling furniture, and we are selling cars. And we should sell furnitures, cars, and whatever, and still be good to the climate. But we have to make money in order to pay the salaries. And that is what is in top of the head of all the CEOs. They love to talk about this at the World Economic Forum. But when they come home, they have to actually see that they can give a dividend to their shareholders and pay the salaries of their employees, and so on. So I totally agree that it's good for the climate, but everything we do here must be good for the climate, but we have to do it in a way to actually develop our business. I'm sorry if I sound a little negative, but so we are role models, and everybody, yes? Is that a property we have? Is it an advantage? Or is it something that we should, it's an opportunity to...
It's an opportunity for industries to expand.
Yeah.
So we qualify so we can get more funding to spread.
Okay. Let's formulate it as an opportunity. We should actually access green, yeah. Access green funding, yes? Yeah? Yes? Set the standards. Sorry. I was so enthusiastic when I heard it. So yeah, set the standards, yeah.
And we can continue and improve our collaboration.
It's an opportunity, so new ways of collaborating. And where should we do that?
This project is an example of that.
Yeah, in the value chain. Okay with you? In the value chain?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This project is across the value chain.
Yeah. Very good. Okay, so these are the opportunities we have. Did I have any opportunities? Participate in policy making and standardization to move standards and initiatives in a Swedish direction. And of course, if it is a Swedish direction, it's good for the climate and it's good for business. Yes, Karin.
Add to the collaboration point that also to collaborate with authorities and the society outside of the value chain, because they are into this policy making. So we need to speak with other parts of the society. I'm not sure if I'm on
in the value chain.
I'm heard.
And society. Society. And there is the entire EU. Of course, what we do here is irrelevant if we can't do it within an European context. And then, of course, somewhere we need to do it together with the rest of the world. But that will be on the way we think and the way we want things to do. So,
is it actually to summarize that by saying we should do samhällsnytta?
Yep. Samhällsnytta. Yeah. Yeah. I write it in you know that smorgasbord is a Swedish word together with ombudsman, that has become actually words in the English language. We shall actually put in samhällsnytta as a new English word, and they will have to learn to put dots over the A's. Yeah, the French already know how to do that. Okay, so then we come to the threats. What threats do you see that we have ahead of us? Yes? Again? That's the second gold star today. Uneducated customers. Okay. Any more threats?
Availability of electricity.
Yep. Could I just write infrastructure, or availability of electricity or infrastructure, that we don't have actually the capacity to do things? Yep. Yes?
Risk of too many frameworks popping up.
Yeah, actually, market confusion. Is that what you're talking about? Risk of too many frameworks popping up here. I repeated. Very good. Third gold star. Okay, risk of too many frameworks. And what can happen if we have too many frameworks? Everybody can pick their own method to deliver their siffror, their data. Well, then you have the possibility of greenwash, which I think could be something here. I think that is what you consequence. Yes?
And also frameworks for other materials. So if Volvo compare aluminum with steel or with other materials,
Yeah.
they compare it in the same way.
Yeah, the risk is that if you have very hard rules for steel and very soft rules for chewing gum or plastic or whatever, not to mention some other material, then Volvo could choose that for that reason. Not comparable frameworks between materials. Okay. Yes.
Connected to the earlier one, big steel company, international companies pressure.
Yeah, and pressure, in what way do they pressure?
All these initiatives we have been looking at.
Yeah.
What kind of frameworks we get? It's not that there are too many only, but it's also that they are being have a too big flavor of reflecting one company's wish or several companies. That could be a threat even to us.
Bigger actors determine framework. Okay. Yes.
Sort of public funding for steel companies that is not the same in the different countries.
Okay.
Public financing.
Public funding.
Yeah, subsidizing. That's the word I was looking for.
Subsidizing. Change rules. I should have become a medical doctor with my writing. Okay, what about?
Lack of influencing international standards, like opposite.
That's the fourth gold star. Lack of influence. In framework making. And not especially international standards. And the last one. Who had the last one? I saw somebody wave here. Okay. Very good. We had actually as many threats as we have strengths. And did I write anything? Yes, Karin?
You can summarize some of these is something we feel like unfair competition on the market.
Unfair competition.
And then that could be different things for different actors, but I think that is a problem if you feel that this is an unfair competition.
Yeah, it's not fair.
And it's very, very complex. Everything about sustainability is super complex. So
Yeah.
that is also a reason. It's not only unfairness, it's also that we just speak different languages, we misunderstand each other, etc., etc. So it's super complex. And that's
Yeah.
the threat.
Lost in
Because you might optimize in one end and lose in the other.
a little bit lost in translation.
Yes.
Can I write that? Okay. Lost in translation due to complexity.
Maybe
Goal conflicts. Whew.
Maybe greenwashing.
Greenwashing. Didn't I write it somewhere here? That's it. Risk too many frameworks greenwash. Is it okay? Yeah, okay. So, perhaps I wrote something about this. And you see, I'm always talking about this. Dysfunctional systems, alloys, bio, scrap, carbon capture system. If you actually have a lot of things you want to do and suddenly a framework doesn't allow you to do it, so you have to take your roadmaps, whoops, and do something else. We have a European Union that's talking about biocarbon now. We don't know where they will end, but perhaps we will all have a huge problem getting biocarbon to replace the anthracite in our steel making. So what shall we do now? And my final slide here. Use and develop your strengths. Fix your weaknesses. Take advantage of your opportunities and eliminate the threats. It's so simple. How could we possibly miss? Cecilia. Thank you everybody for this. We will put it in the documentation. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much, Rutger and Wenjing. That was an intense session. Thank you for your participation also. I guess you didn't get much time in the last part of it to digest the first part, so we'll take a break now. And I have to check. När ska vi vara tillbaka? Break. 14:45. 15-minute break. Please be back here in time to start again. Rutger, because you don't have to fret, no time to digest the information now. Rutger and Karin will be back to give us a summary of the project. So that's when it all becomes clear. Please be back in time for 2:45, right? Thank you.
We have this summary point during this day before the interesting panel discussions that will come after us. And as the project has not been ended yet, these are preliminary conclusions. So in the final report, it might be something else written there, but something like this. And what we together in the project have noticed is that there are a lot of initiatives and they have different purposes, and as Wenjing has shown, they have this different limits for what they're including and different kind of calculations, and that might be okay because they're used for different purposes, but it's not so easy to get track on this and understand it. And so that is kind of a problem that we are facing, and that's perhaps why this project started also. So what can we do to harmonize things better? And in some of these initiatives, there also are methods describing how to calculate the greenhouse gas emissions on a corporate level, on a site level, on a product level, or something in between. That you need to know what is included in different calculation methods, you can say. Yeah, and then we have these special initiatives that are also not only trying to describe how to calculate, but also define what is yellow, red, orange, green, or whatever. And the reason for those initiatives is to support the transition mainly for the ore-based steel making. But at the same time, they also include requirements for scrap-based steel companies, as they also think it's important that the scrap-based companies improve and reduce their impacts. And it's in these initiatives, it's obvious that the competitive conditions are so important. That's why we don't have consensus perhaps yet, if these are good ways to do, or if we, from the project, should suggest to define them a little bit other, changing the grade of the slope. So I think that's something we have found, that as this is important for the market conditions for companies, that's why it's an important issue. And as you have heard both Rutger and me talking about standards, we think standards are needed, not to solve everything, because everything can't end up in standards. There are political ambitions and other rules that drive things, but standards can contribute to harmonize the language, the methodologies, what we mean with things, how we calculate, and what requirement you should put on transparency of figures and such, so it becomes trustworthy. And the final conclusion is that we think we have learned so much together in this project with representatives from different parts of the value chain, and we think we need to continue to cooperate and also to engage in these issues, because we have learned a lot, and we can feed in to this in the future as well. So I think I stopped there.
Oh,
but, yeah.
Okay. We can take the next slide, perhaps.
Yeah, you can take the next slide.
So, first of all, I'd like to thank you all for the contributions during the SWOT analysis. As Karin said, we have learned a lot during this project, and I actually learned a lot during the last hour here together with you. And what I would like that process to continue, because I still have a lot to learn. So after this seminar, it would be great if you could, now it's doing like this, yeah?
They have asked us to stand together.
Oh, very good. So,
okay.
Very good, sorry. I felt a little happy first, but okay. So, no, there's a lot to learn here. And please, if you have ideas, if you think that something we said was wrong, if you have some ideas what we should do better, you should have ideas, new things we should do, please drop a line, and we will definitely take on that. What I really understood from the discussions more than from the literature is the importance of having an end goal that we want to reach. And that's what we have to reach in order to meet the Paris Agreement.
and we have something in 2030 that we should reach. But during this process, when we have all these initiatives and rules and standards and whatever in order to push companies forward, we still have to have rules that actually do not change the competition so that good companies face unjust competition from companies with much higher emissions due to some construction, due to these things is included, these things are not included. And that is so important, and that's why it's extremely important to monitor what is going on and always ask, what is the consequence of this? Calculating that this, putting forward this, what could be the consequence, and having an understanding of the big market going on outside these doors. What it's really about here is that we have two ways of working with greenhouse gases. And we have the reporting here, where you we have the reporting there where you actually go from greenhouse gas accounting on a site and then you do a climate roadmap and then you end up with some sort of product declaration on steel made on an average of some kind. And what we see is that all these new initiatives, they say, no, we shall make our own rules. We shall develop something that we control. And we shall not use standardization, takes so long time. So we should not use standards. And then we shall do this. And then suddenly, oops, we have to take this into account. Oops, we have to take that into account. And then they have to introduce all the concepts that we've spent the last 20 years to put into the standards. So we have a situation where they thought they were such in a hurry, race to zero, or whatever they call it. I get emails every now and then saying we have no time. Well, we should have time really to think about what we are doing and the consequences of the actions we take. And so in this case with the initiatives, we are moving towards what we have in product ecology and the product standards. But we also have the standards, the LCA standards, and where we make the carbon footprint calculations for the products. And we have to think about how we navigate in this and strengthen developments going in a direction that both is acceptable for sustained business during the entire period of transition, every day during that period, and leading to the goal. So you must have a business mind and an ecology mind as well, and you must understand the products you are working with. And that is something that we have to do together, steel producers and steel users and investors and authorities and actually form this environment deck, for example. So it's so important to do this and to come out that from this chaos we have today, or at least very fragmented situation, come up with something that works. It would be possible. Hopefully it's possible, and we can do it together. So thank you very much for this day.
Yeah.
Yes,
well, I don't think I have so much more to say, because Gert will kind of close the day after we have these panel discussions with customers and steel companies and so. So I think we have summarized that we have we know where we are right now, and we can speak at least within our project together, and that's a good start. And we will see what the final conclusions will be when we have processed it to the end.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So.
Thank you, Karin and Rutger. Watching the audience here in the room and could see the lights going on in the smiles in their faces. So thanks for clarifying all this about the project. Now, as Karin already mentioned, we have two panel talks coming up. The first one is from the customer's perspective, and it is led by Gert Nilsson from Jernkontoret, moderated by Gert Nilsson. And also I would like to invite up on stage Åsa Lindén, Materials Innovation Area Manager at IKEA, and Rickard Alm, Head of LCA Program at Volvo. And last but not least, Katarina Graffman, who's an affiliated researcher at Uppsala University. Welcome all of you, and Gert, I give the floor to you to moderate this discussion.
Thank you very much. I hope you still have some energy, both in the room and behind the screens. Welcome to all of you. Rickard,
yes.
Volvo Construction Equipment. I see that as customers still fairly upstream in the value chain, tough guys with hard hats.
Yeah.
So you have a quite different group of customers compared to you. Your customers are all of us, yes. Not to mention our children, but so you have actually quite different demands, I would expect. I start with you, Richard. What do your customers ask for in terms of specification on the things you sell?
Yeah, what we can see now is that more and more of our customer demand products with low or even zero carbon footprints. And that is how it looks like now. And it started a few years ago, 2017, I think it was the first time we got a request for quotation for a big infrastructure project in UK. And they have a system on how they should collect data, how they should present the carbon footprint before they got the decision if they should build this infrastructure. So that was the first time we met these requirements. What is the impact to produce your machines?
Okay.
Yeah.
5-6 good years ago in the UK.
Yeah.
What does it look like now? Is it still a local?
No. Now it is more and more. Almost all regions in the world are asking about low emission products in different ways and different standards they are following also.
Okay. Could you elaborate a little bit on different standards?
Yeah, it is some of our customers. One customer, it was in Norway. They asked us when they request. It was 99 machines they should buy, and they want an EPD for every single machine. So we can't give them an EPD because it's no any category rules for this kind of products. So they didn't know what they are demanding. That was the first thing to learn. And we have also the same situation in the different areas in the world. So they don't know what they need or what they want yet. So we need to help them to ask the right questions.
And how would you do that? What do you need? What do you want?
Yeah, we can see that they are talking about carbon footprint, and they will also present a project and what is the impact to produce this, move this, build this, etc. So we help them to make a calculation on the carbon footprint to move a certain amount of earth, so to say.
And do you do that by your own specification?
Yes, we have developed our own method on calculate. We have a leaflet now for around 50% of our products we have on market, so they can make a calculation on how they can present for their customer the impact to produce a project or build a project.
But if you can do that by yourself, do you need standardization?
Yes, because our products is built of around 14,000 single parts. And if we break it down on a unique part number, it is around 3,000 part number and a lot of different materials. And we need to collect data from all our supply chain, and we have limited to the first tier suppliers. And when we have the first tier suppliers, they present their scope 1 and scope 2 and the infrastructure for the energy they source. And after that, we also add the raw material and the gross material, so we can put all burden to our products and break it down on every single hour we use the machine. And our customer can use this information when they offer a project.
So a standard that took all that into account would simplify your life.
Yes, but no one have done that job for us yet, so we need to do that by ourselves.
How's that in your world, Åsa? What do your customers ask for? Do they ask for steel footprint when they buy a new sofa?
No, not so far. We see that we do get many questions around plastic and around textile, but so far no question have actually come in regarding our footprint or how we handle metal products. But this is more to say that our customers put on demand on us as a company. We expect you as a company to take care of these things, but it's not that they want to see a certain footprint or a certain label on the product as such.
They want to trust your label to say, when I shop at you, I want to be assured that
exactly.
You are. And having listened to Rickard, how do you calculate your footprint today?
We have committed to Paris Agreement, and it is tricky because we all know that there is no truth in any numbers, but we said that we see this as a roadmap, so we need to start somewhere. So we start with the database from EcoInvent on emission factors. And what we try to gather from our suppliers is what is the alloy you use, where is it produced, and what is the recycled content that you have. And based on that, we can do at least an estimation of what is the footprint that we have as a totality and see how we can develop that. Then sometimes we see that there is discrepancies where we get a number from a partner somewhere that is much lower than what we see in our database. Then we actually go in together with our climate experts and we review. Sometimes we see that they have calculated using that method and we have another, which we have learned today is a fact. And then we can actually adjust and see if we can find something that is more correct. But we are all on a journey. There is no perfect truth. So I think that is my biggest finding from this whole work is that we need to learn how to walk. We need to learn how to run. And we need to do it together because it doesn't matter if someone is running very fast and if someone is still crawling, that doesn't help.
So if you look at what has been said today about the massive amount of initiatives and standards, if we were to drive the development towards the standard, what would that do for you?
I think that from us as IKEA, that's also one of the learnings that I've seen in this, that when I started this, I felt I need to cling on to a standard. But the more we know, we actually can work with the actual numbers and the actual details. But our partners, our suppliers, they don't have the competence and the resource that we have. So if we could have some sort of standard that can help and guide them in moving their, meaning our footprint, that would actually help us.
Okay, so you seem, even though you are in quite different positions in the value chain, and you have very different kinds of customers, you see similar issues. You need the standards primarily to help you sort out your suppliers and to help them deliver better numbers to you. We heard Rutger before. He said that it's actually you are actually responsible for the transformation. You need to have your customers ask for fossil-free steel. That's how we get there. Are you ready to take that on? Is that?
We have committed to the Paris Agreement and to the challenge, and we will do that.
How about you, Rickard?
Yes, we are also committed to the agreement or science-based target. So we will reach net zero emission for the complete value chain 2040. That is our ambitions, and that means that we need to understand where we are today, and we have also ambitions that we should reduce continuous, and all our partners need to be a part of this journey if we should reach our target. So we need to help our suppliers, our partners, to follow us in that journey. So that is how we will handle that.
Katarina.
Yes.
You are an anthropologist.
Yes.
And
with no car.
Sorry?
No car.
Not even a holder?
No.
And you are specializing in customer behavior.
Yes.
And I know you have looked at things like, why do we buy organic stuff? Why don't we buy organic stuff? What do we plan to buy, or what do we think we plan to buy, and what do we actually buy?
And what do we say we buy?
All right. You've been listening to the summary of the meeting. You've been listening to Åsa and Rickard. What is your view on customer power for the future in terms of steel?
Many thoughts.
Please share.
I think that the main issue is actually what we are talking about here. Everybody asks, why is it going so slow? And you said to those guys that you need to get the customers to demand your stuff. And I think that's the problem, actually. Because we put so much responsibility on individuals, on our customers, on our clients, and we were talking before. And especially when you look at the young ones, they demand the companies to do that for them. It's not my responsibility as an individual. So the whole thing, when you talk about climate change, I've been studying this since 2008 when the first climate report came. The big problem is that we use information. And we think that information will save us because we are rational, and we are not. And I will say that I've been doing this for such a long time. It's very, very clear that we have around 20% that are interested. We have 80 that we don't reach at all. So when you work with sustainable companies, they say that's the problem. We are only talking to the already, blessed. And if you look actually at how people change, it's only 2 to 3% who actually change according to be more real climates. But maybe 80 to 90% say it's so important to be, So it's really, really important to understand that you can't use those kind of attitudinal studies to make different kind of innovation or information campaigns and things like that. So I think that the main problem is the rationality fallacy, because we talk about the rational consumer client, and we don't see that some things can be rational for clients and consumers, but it's not rational for society or for the companies. So the problem is that you, the company, the society, I love standards, I love regulation, because that's the way to get those 80% to also move on. So I think that's the idea, that we send information and trust that customers and clients want to buy this car. Of course they want a climate smart car, but it should be as good, and it should be the same price. It's so, natural that they want that, but then we have to do it easy for them to choose those things. So I think that we need to change the system, and in that way we can also get all the clients, customers on the journey, because we can't do it in the old way.
So what I hear you saying is that the big customer, the fact that 80% say we want to buy sustainable goods, even if they don't, the mechanism that we should utilize is that would push us, it would push politicians, it would push perhaps people that drive opinions, so that we get the regulations, we get the standards that we need. Is that a correct?
Yeah, it is. And I know that the thing is that we don't like to talk about that because we love the idea of the individual's free choice. So we don't like the idea of regulations. So that's a problem. But if you have been doing this kind of study of people and how they change behavior, it's so obvious that you really need regulations and standards. And I think it's interesting now with the energy crisis, because if you go to the store and if you talk to a store like IKEA handler and things like that, they say that ecological things are not interested at all. You know, they are rebuilding their stores right now because they just want smart prices. And for me, that's really like, okay, money talks.
Rutger, I think still it seems the answer is standardization and regulation. Åsa, when we talked before, you said that this mustn't be something for the rich. What did you mean by that?
I think it's important that we don't create a standard where we talked about that there are initiatives where you lower the CO2 of a total company and then you allocate those to certain volumes, which means that you can pay a premium to get that. And it's actually the same sort. And there are other initiatives that could look similar. And I think that we stand for furniture. Furniture, you start from your first purchase as moving from home until you basically don't need furniture any longer. And we cannot sort of exclude, our customer base will never pay more because it's produced with a certain technology. We need to make sure that in average we need to move this. So it is not so easy to say that, well, we get the premium on it and then we sell it to a higher price and the customers will be really happy that they pay a higher price because then they get a good conscience. That is not how it's working in retail, and it will not work like that in the future either. So we need to find the smart ways of offsetting any additional cost we have that are real costs.
I'd love to hear what the steel producers will say to that in the next session. But that supports what you're saying, Katarina, that it actually, the customers simply want us to do it.
Yes.
Not charging for it, not talking about it, just doing it.
Especially also when you talk about the younger generations, like you also, we talked about that before, because in their sense, and I have seen for over 10, 15 years that they really react on companies who put sustainable on the product or on the brand. It's actually, I don't want to see that, you know, it's, well, I take it for granted. They shouldn't push it in my eyes every time I buy a product. And they say, I saw this when we were studying young people around 2025 for 10 years ago, imagine. And we are still in that phase that companies think that, we should tell everyone that we're so sustainable. So in that sense, I think it's really also important to look at different age groups.
So that's a hygiene factor more than a marketing factor. You said something about age groups before as well. That different age groups are different.
Yeah, that is clear. The younger generation is acting in a different way than. It's also about business models. It's not so important to own. It's more about rental. So it's a lot happening in that perspective also.
Right. Thank you. I open the floor for questions. If anybody wants to ask any of the people. Yeah, we have a hand in the air. Two, actually.
To Katarina, can you hear me?
Yes.
What about business to business? Do you have the same conclusions?
I couldn't really answer on that because when I work, for example, with IKEA and things, I can hear that they are talking about the problem. Maybe you could answer that better. Business to business, if it's difficult.
It's mainly consumer's perspective. You have it's business to consumer you're talking about. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Any more hands?
Yes, to Katarina. Very interesting to hear you talk about this topic. And I was just thinking about also how you label and how you kind of marketing products. I'm thinking of maybe products like Tesla, because I assume their target group wasn't the environmentalists or as the main target group, so to say, but still they are. So the products are reaching a specific target group, and then people want to buy it anyway, even though it's very expensive. But the main reason, the marketing of the product wasn't based on environmental awareness. So I was thinking of, any comments on that, on how you market and how you kind of...
If you talk about how to change people's behavior more, in general, status is the best. Because if something becomes status, then it goes really fast. Because then we are looking at each other, and you get social, backup in your group. So status is really good. So I think they used status, and you can see several sustainable brands has been, the same. So if you can make sustainable status, that's where you can reach a special kind of group. So different groups have different ways of interacting. So I think you have to really look at your target groups and see how can we work with this group and how can we work with this group, instead of thinking that everybody loves sustainability. So,
thank you.
So, Rickard, I think based on what you said initially, we will probably end up driving fossil-free haulers, all of us eventually. Okay. Thank you very much.
I also had one question.
Sorry. Okay.
I saw that on Rutger said transportation, and for you also, I know that in Vienna there is your departments are in the central. How does it look in the future? Will people take cars to drive to your stores, or because if they can go there by public transportation that is CO2 free, and things like this, the footprint will be lower. How do you think in the IKEA concern? In Sweden and global?
Absolutely. I think that we are in a change when it comes to how we look at the meeting with the customer. And if you only move 200 meters in that direction, you can actually see with us building a store downtown Stockholm. And we actually have that in several big cities in the world. And it is for convenience. 5-10 years ago, the natural thing was that you could go with your own car to the store and pick up, but now that's not the reality any longer. So we need also to tweak and look at, and in some countries I know we are also looking into bicycle delivery. So in Delft or in Holland, we have this small fleet of persons that is delivering IKEA furnitures with solar bikes.
Okay.
Thank you. Please give this panel a round of applause, and we'll get the next one on. Thank you very much. And as Gert said, we can't wait to hear what the steel companies say on these issues. So I'd like to summon Jonas Larsson, Director Environmental Affairs at SSAB. Please come up here, and you'll stay in. Katarina Kangert, Head of Sustainability and Safety at Ovako. Thank you. And last but not least, Hilmar Vidarsson, Manager Group Sustainability and Products and Processes at Höganäs. And the floor is yours. You're moderating this too. Thank you.
Okay, now we're welcoming the producers on stage. And we have Jonas, SSAB.
Yep.
At least in Europe, you're an ore-based producer of steel.
Yes.
We have Katarina, Ovako. You are everywhere, scrap-based steelmaker. And we have Hilme from Höganäs. You have both methods in your portfolio. So you really see both of these sides. We heard before that there's some disagreement as to what is called the sliding scale. And I'll come back to that later. Because I start with you, Hilmar. Your concern is not really your own production in terms of fossil free steel. Your concern is scope 3.
Well, that's both right and wrong. We do have a climate roadmap to lower the emissions in our own production. But when we look at how much of the total emissions using the greenhouse gas protocol we do have in terms of scope 1, 2, and 3, scope 3 is really a big one. And that is all the additives we put to our iron powders, as well as the alloy elements we use for the stainless steel powders, the nickel-based powders, and the cobalt-based powders. So it's very high, scope 3.
So how do you go about it? Do you try and select the best suppliers, drive them?
Well, we have just started this activity. First, what we did was to scan the whole scope 3 area. So we had a good picture of how it looked like, and looked at also what suppliers do we have. And we started now an activity last year where we selected from each group of these materials, like ferroalloys or non-ferrous metals, or all these different groups, the top 10, 20 or so. And we decided to engage the whole procurement department to go and approach these suppliers and ask them questions, not all at once, but we start like, do you have a number for a climate footprint for the raw material we are buying from you? Do you have any roadmap? Are you just some very basic questions? And we have just now got a feedback, and we are now looking through that. Next step would be say, what is your plan now, more specifically? And we will step this up in the coming years until we get to the point where either we say we're happy with these suppliers or we're not. And then we have to have a plan B for the ones we need. Either we help them to realize you have to do something, or we look for other suppliers. So that is our strategy.
So bringing on a standard for your suppliers.
Well, that is if we think it was difficulty for the Steel Forum here today, you can imagine going to so many different suppliers, not only here in Europe, but we're talking about all over the world, and asking them, you should use this standard. They would just say, what? And they are even further behind, generally speaking, on this journey than we are here. So, and there's also there are geographical differences. Like in Asia, there is actually an understanding about these matters, as well as here in Europe. But when you come to across the Atlantic, that understanding is dropping quite dramatically. Especially now also when it compares our customers. Same thing there. So it is they have heard about climate footprint, but they have no plan whatsoever and no numbers. So it is a challenge.
You could also see it as an opportunity.
Always,
we talked before about setting Swedish standards, and that's a virgin land. Yeah. Okay, so let's. I'll come back to you. Let's go back to the sliding scale. I'll let you know, Jonas. I know there was a heated discussion just before lunch, but Jonas, please. What's the point of a sliding scale?
Yeah. First of all, we have to remember that the steel industry is a big emitter of carbon. Globally, 79% of the total come from the steel industry. So that's one thing. The other thing is that the scrap metal is a limited resource. We cannot meet the full demand for steel by using the scrap. And with that said, to increase the amount of scrap cannot be the solution. That will not be the thing to drive the green transition that we need now. To take the responsibility to lower the emissions and to follow the Paris Agreement. There is really a need for the green transition, and we have to accelerate that transition. And therefore, the gliding scale is a really good mechanism to focus and to really push the iron ore-based steel industry to make a change here and to make it competitive if you go in the right direction. So that's the foundation in the argumentation there.
Katarina, you think otherwise. Why is that?
And I also think there's more than one difference between us as a company. We are a scrap-based company. We also are in the engineering sector, engineering steel. So we have a different market and we have different competition from other steel suppliers. I mean, we have to take all this into consideration. But I totally agree with Jonas about most things. We actually do. We work well together. And I do agree that we really have to do something. But we believe that looking at CO2, the carbon footprint, as the a property of the steel, just like we have any other properties. So you have a carbon footprint with the same standard, makes it easy to compare, easy to choose, will drive all steel companies to become better, all steel companies to lower their carbon footprint. We also understand the sliding scale is here. There are many initiatives that believe in the sliding scale. And as they are today, and then I'm mainly talking about responsible steel and the IEA, the way that it's set today is a real threat to European scrap-based steel industry for engineering steel. We are very, very worried because the limits are very low and very close together. And it will not be good for the green transition to actually remove the scrap-based European steel industry in engineering steel. So we would prefer not to have the sliding scale because we do believe we'll have the transition anyway. But if we have it, it must be so all companies, Swedish companies, European companies, can still survive as companies. Because we are very, very worried as it is now. It will be really a threat for. And I'm not only talking for Ovako, of course I talk a lot with my colleagues in Europe about this.
So your main concern is that the current scale is too tough on scrap-based suppliers?
That's the main worry, of course. We would prefer to have the carbon footprint as a property. The CO2 intensity is a property of a steel product. So that is what we prefer, but our main worry is actually the levels because they are a real threat today. Not 10 years from now, not 5 years from now. It's a threat for us as scrap-based European engineering steel producers.
What is your comment to that, Jonas? Would it be fine to give a little bit more space for the scrap-based?
Yeah, my comment is that I totally agree with you, but I want to keep the scale. The scale as a mechanism. But you know better than me what would be relevant limits for the scrap-based steel industry. So if that is really a threat, then I think it's a problem as well, because I don't want to remove the scrap-based steel from the market. No way. So. And it could be a reason then to look at the slope and see if we should update it with more relevant numbers, especially on the right side or at the extreme with when using 100% scrap. To look at these levels, I cannot give an example what should be right or wrong there, but. If that is a problem, of course, we should look into that. But still, I think we should use the scale as the mechanism. Because, and another thing, you said that the carbon footprint should be a property of the steel. And I agree on that part as well. And I think that, as I mentioned before, that at the end of the day, we will always look at the carbon footprint as the final criteria when choosing a steel product. The sliding scale is more to exclude the worst production routes and to help to classify what kind of production routes are moving in the right direction, and what should we choose there? It's a lot of companies also that will not look into the carbon footprint at all. And then it could help on, let's say, national level to set up rules to exclude the worst ones. That would really make change and reduce the emissions. So that's it's two different things, and I think it should work in parallel.
Can I just add something? Sure. And another thing that worries us as well is we have some of our customers are very, like what did you say, serious and educated. They know what they're asking for. But most of our customers are not. They are small companies. They are small forgeries. And of course, when they get, if the steel gets classified into A, B, C, D, and let's say our scrap-based steel ends up as a C, and there is another steel that's also a C, but has a footprint that's 1,500 kgs higher. But these companies, they just see the C, just like buying a fridge. When I bought a fridge the other day, and I was looking around, I take for granted that a C means the same things for all different fridges or dishwashers or whatever. But these small companies that doesn't have a big purchasing department, when they see a C on steel, they will think it's the same, and they will not look into the carbon footprint. And that is also a worry for us. And somehow, if we have a sliding scale, how will we do that? I'm not worried about Volvo or IKEA or those bigger customers, but for smaller forgery, 50, 60 employees, it's a big part of our customer base. And other scrap-based, of course, companies have similar customer base.
But I hear you anyway saying that there is some common ground, and it's really it comes down really to some kind of balance or making sure that it's fair for all sides. Is that right? Is that correct?
Yes, it must be fair. We must all be able to compete at the same, and we must not. It must be a fair market for all of us. I think that's very, very important, of course.
Based on what the customers just said, what are your views on that? Like one thing Åsa said, this will not, and also Katarina, this will not drive premium on this would be a hygiene factor. What's your view on that? Yeah, go ahead.
We already see that today. I mean, that is our experience as well, talking to our customers. It is a hygiene factor. It's not something that they are prepared to pay extra for. Not at the moment, no.
Jonas, your view?
No, I think it's a premium, but of course it will be a hygiene factor over time. But yeah, you can discuss how much premium it is, but it is a premium.
And that's of course what we want as well. So I totally agree with Jonas. That's what we want.
If you manage to exclude the worst half of the world, there will be a premium no matter what, or a difference as compared to today. Hilmar, you have both processes, but you can't choose depending on standards or cost.
Well, we have both processes, melting steel to make iron powder or making a direct reduction. But these tend to go to slightly different applications. So we have to solve both problems. And we have been moving the fastest with our melt atomization. But there is more work to do, of course. However, when it comes to the direct reduction, we want to go on a biocarbon. And that will take a few years. But what we are aware of also what Rutger was bringing up, that what will happen with the legislation from the European Union when it comes to using biocarbon, that could like pull the rug from underneath our feet, and we have to throw our climate roadmap and start over again. We don't know, but we act according to what we know today, and we have an ambitious plan to do this. And of course, we want also our customers to buy this, so to speak. So what we're doing is we are starting now to actively, contact them and tell them about our ambitions and having presentations on conferences to get them to wake up, and also our competitors, because to get the premium, it's easier if everybody's on the boat. If it's only one, then they will run to somebody else. So we really need to get the awareness going and to also keep in tune with our main end customers, which is the automotive industry. So this is very important to get the whole thing rolling. And as we are the largest metal powder producers in the world, we feel responsibility to do this and take the lead. And we hope that everybody else will eventually follow. All the trade organizations are happy about this, but we need to bring our customers on board, as well as I mentioned before, our suppliers.
Okay. Finally, what if you want to sum up the day? What would you, if you could wish for something coming out of this work, standardization of low emitting steel? What would that be? What would it look like? What would legislation and standards look like?
One standard that everybody uses and we all agree on. I don't know. That's what I would want. I don't know. I don't think it's possible, but that's of course a dream. And then it will make it so much easier for our customers that today, are we comparing apples and pears, or what is it? They really have to understand each supplier's footprint, because yes, no, if we had the same standards, we all used it, all steel companies, of course it will make it so much easier for our customers, and to have the same for our suppliers, because we have the same challenge as Hilmar told as well. Our scope 3 is not as large as Höganäs, but it's still about 50% of our footprint. So of course, having a standard for steel and a standard for suppliers, that would be the dream.
Jonas, are you in agreement?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I would limit the number of standards if possible, absolutely. But I think we also have learned during this project that the purpose of the standard is there are several purposes to fulfill, and then we will need different standards. But of course, if we could have one standard per purpose, so to say, then I think we have a really good solution.
Hilmar?
I agree fully with what they have said here. And also what I think we should see standards as a tool for is not just to everybody's doing the same thing, but what we've also been hearing in the discussions and presentations today, it is a driver for the change. To get things going and all going into the same direction. If it's confusion, it will be a reason to things slow down. We don't want that. We want things to go ahead. And of course, some will run faster than others. But we've heard that in the previous group here, that this is absolutely necessary to get things going in the right direction. And everybody knows how to run and where to run.
Okay, a few minutes left. Questions from the floor? Is it you or is it the...
It's actually a question from the digital audience. It's from Nick Avery on Eurofer. Is there a potential for green public procurement to look at incentivizing decarbonization of primary production as well as requesting higher recycled content in products?
Can you say it again? Sorry. I didn't really get it.
Well, I think the question is there a potential using green public procurement to sort of handle both the primary and the secondary production routes in a fair way? That's my interpretation of his question. Do you have an idea how to incentivize both sides to work with climate?
Yeah, but it's really hard because it depends what time frame are we discussing here. In the short term, I would say that if we see that the largest problem is the primary steel production, and we really have to do something there. There is the potential to really make a change. Then the focus should be more on that side. On the other hand, the amount of scrap will increase over time. So sometime in the future, we will have enough scrap to meet the demand. And then it's obvious that then it's only the recycled content that will make sense. And then, so we should go from one position to the other. And there I think that the sliding scale will help. But it depends on the time frame, how to answer.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked, that's similar to what we talked about before. I don't want to repeat myself, but of course, I totally agree. It is the ore base that emits most CO2, and it's so important that they lower, but also that the scrap base do that. But even though we can't put focus on the ore base in a way that will actually damage our survival as scrap-based. So how to find that level, it's it's difficult, and we won't solve it here, but it has to be some sort of fair playing field for both routes. Erik is helping me out, yeah.
You need a mic.
Det är mer de som sitter digitalt.
Okay, thank you. As I'm heading the automotive segment as one part of I work a lot with the OEMs and these matters, and it's as you say, I mean, it's you have to be, you cannot work with one topic at a time. You have to be first agile, and then have the communicating parties here, like the CO2 and the recycled content. I mean, it is, so I think it was a very good comment I got here from Volvo cars today about, I mean, there's more to it than the CO2. So that's to keep in mind, and I think it needs to change over time, as you said from SSAB here. I mean, it has to change. So we have to be an agile standard. That's a new challenge, I would say. But nevertheless, that's what we're facing, and also to keep in mind there's no sort of fight between. There's no need for a fight between sort of in this room between ore-based and scrap-based, because it's completely different product areas, but. The big chunk, like Europe, if it's like 160 million tons of steel produced, then it's a corner which is less than 20 million that is for the engineering steel. And there will be approximately going away some 4 million tons in the near future permanently due to electrification. And that would be a shame if then the low CO2 producers to that would go out with that because of this. Because I will finish now, it's longer, but in this, the engineering steel being a small corner of the total produced tons of steel, there is a lot of, it's a very much longer value chain also in Europe. So it's a lot of things in this balance, and it doesn't compete. So on this sliding scale, to adjust the right-hand side there is needed, and it doesn't interfere actually at all with the ore base. That's my conclusion.
Thank you.
I think we're running out of time for this discussion.
I think so too. There was a hand at the back. I still have a question.
I have one more question. No?
Okay.
Okay. Well, my summary of this discussion is that we would like fewer standards and a level playing field. So, and that's not much of a summary. So I'll thank
anyway.
This panel, please, with an applause too. And give you, Gert, you'll stay on the floor and you'll do the final wrap-up of this project,
of course.
Please.
Well, Karin was happy to leave the summing up to me. I understand that. The project was started with the aim to use standardization to support innovation and keep Europe and Sweden in the driver's seat when it comes to promoting low emission steel. And I think one thing that we have seen is, not least from the customer side, that standardization and regulation have to be the driving factors, because customers say they want this. All customers want it. Once they get to the purchasing decision, they actually don't care. So we have to listen to them and take the momentum, listen to what they want, and design standards and regulations based on that. Not to say that that doesn't happen. There are, as far as I understand from the project, there are not dozens, there are almost hundreds of initiatives. And Karin said yesterday there were probably one new initiative launched during the course of this seminar. So it's clear that a lot of players think that standardization or other initiatives, labeling, is the key. And it will take a lot of effort and it will take a lot of energy from us to drive our line, to get through. We saw on the SWOT from Rutger that we are small, we are remote, which gives us a sort of a handicap. On the other hand, we are technically ahead and we have a strong will and we can work together like we could at this seminar. So I think we have a few things going. What we need to do now is to keep up the work, and we have to do it fiercely, because the others are working fiercely. So if we don't run as fast as we can't win. I think one thing that has come out of this work, and I see this in any kind of work, that when it comes to complex matters, people come in with all sorts of understanding, with all sorts of backgrounds. Once you can actually once you can actually sort that out and find a common language, documentation, so that everybody knows what we are talking about. We can easily or better understand each other because we have established a common language. We have established a platform for discussion. I think we have really built at least the foundation to work fiercely towards the future. I think what this project has accomplished primarily is to say we have now mapped the situation. We have sorted out the different abbreviations and the different scopes and purposes of the initiatives, and that will help us to muddle through and to actually it would not by itself give us a path forward, but it will definitely help us to discuss and come to that level playing field that we all hope to reach. I could not dream that a topic like standardization would generate that many discussions and talks that I've heard in the room and during lunch. So I understand also that there is our ambition to get something done is very high, and well, we can just summarize by saying we got to a good starting point. We all want to move forward, and we all want to move forward fast. So let's just do it. Thank you.